Western and Africa.
Yes, but it's mainly dictated. And that's what she's trying to do with the work. That has brought failure in many sections of the world where you rely heavily, if not 100%, on those Western traditions. Not that, for example, the old takeaway and then Kachacha in East Africa, that experiences are there for us to see that there are some values, very good principles coming from different areas. Now in Africa, they need to merge with the modern standards in the Western system so that we can have a better world.
Yeah, one little thing before we move on. I'd like us to find out what's the place of the traditional Africa. Traditional Africa. When you say traditional, why traditional? When you use traditional, would it incorporate Western experiences in, and you call it traditional? It's Western experience in Africa, traditional to Africa.
To add to that, so that let's come together and begin to solve their problems and sit around to try to, what they try to speak to is not like the Western concept that would deal with just dealing with the immediate issues to resolve that dispute or that disagreement. But in Africa, they go further to try to dig into the root causes and repair the relationship. The resolution can be sustainable.
Okay.
So,
hold on.
okay.
She's telling us her work. Now, your work says that what all you're doing is letting us know those step by step in the traditional conflict.
So
hold on. Don't move away, don't move too far from it to be able to be safe. What we can go here now is conflict diplomacy and traditional African experience. So year to so year. Do you understand? African, because what we are explaining here is okay. So if you now go back to objectives, aim and objective.
Yeah.
Let us reframe your aim here, which was what I did since I had your main work. Now, he said, using Africa as a case study. This research aims at fusing both the Western and African diplomacy to achieve sustainable peace. It's a fusion. You wrote it here, fusing both.
Yes, sir.
So, if we are fusing both, we remain there. That means there's a constant. The African way is constant. That's of the Western. Okay.
The idea of fusing at this level of your aim.
Reflect on the topic. What should reflect on the topic will not be the title of your work.
That is
Yes, reflect it just in the aim. Leave this idea of fusing. It's not part of your aim. It's a contribution that you're going to make. You are going beyond what other scholars. If you go back to your literature review, you will find out that at that point, scholars have not fused those things together. You are taking those things and fusing them together for your own research.
I agree.
So that's exactly
I
what I
corrected
think.
it at the bottom of the literature.
So let us leave the topic as it is. But I'm worried. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sure, please. I think I want you to understand that what we are trying to do here is to, let me say, straighten your neck. There's something, and I don't want us to gloss over it. There's a difference between traditional African methods, conflict resolution, and traditional Africa and traditional Africa. That idea of traditional Africa means that your focus is traditional societies in Africa. And the examples you gave us about conflict resolution, like people, did you say taking oath or what? No, but because if you look at, we are in, let's say, Alon or Chuba. This is not, where we are, it's not a traditional society. At most, you would say semi-urban. Do you understand? Because you will find that all the signs of modernity and are influenced by these modern views. So I have a problem with that traditional, because even the most remote communities now even use GSM and are influenced by foreign culture. So I don't know, the supervisor is an experience.
No, you made reference to me. Chairman, since he made reference to me, let's clear the air so that we can. That's not what we are talking about. Look at the variables. The first variable said conflict diplomacy. Conflict diplomacy. That's what it's saying. It's not about any people living their life. And then, even if you go to your village, and even if you carry a cup of tea to your village square where they are handling issues of conflict, they stand on the existing the extant norms to decide some of the issues. Using them with some of the things that we have got from modernity. And that's the trust of the thesis. If she talked about oath taking, and she mentioned very important persons, you see the pictures there, and since, and to the end, she mentioned ECOWAS and AU, Elders Council, and so on and so forth, for you to see how Africa has gone. If you remember, became a peace ambassador because of some of these. Some of the people that would have been sent, the last one they sent former head of state of Nigeria to the Niger Republic, that immediate current president of the country sent him. They said they gave him marching order. It didn't work. It didn't work. The troops just turned their back, and he got back here without solution. There was no answer. Then I'm telling you that if you use the case of Rwanda, use the case of South Africa and Nigeria. Let us remind ourselves what happened, especially in Nigeria and South Africa. In Nigeria, Oputa panel, that was what we tried to do. The Oputa panel, Peace and Reconciliation Commission. In South Africa, when Nelson Mandela became the president, that was similar thing that. So Africans have brought their template, and it's working. Put at ECOWAS. Now he's saying, take it to the United Nations.
For information, very Nigerians living in New York can employ traditional methods of conflict resolution. You cannot say they are in traditional Africa, but they are using traditional African method. That's the point I'm trying to make.
That's the point I tried to clarify for you. You didn't understand that you are very traditional does not mean that they are so remote or something. When the nation architect come, for example, don't you know who that was? When I'm mentioning some of these people that I just mentioned now, some of them have PhD, some of them have PhD, etc., etc. It's not as if they are naive of Western or African, but there is an idea that, look, put these two together for a better world, for sustainable peace. Some of the things that they have done in the past without recourse to African system had failed because of some of these problems that she pointed out. You tell me you brought people, you came here to rule. You put people, sometimes you take people who are not freeborn and make them kings, making them what they call warrant chiefs. And the warrant chiefs will govern the and the end. What is it bringing now? Autonomous community everywhere, people are having problems in their various domains.
Information. I'm just interested in finding out something that we need to learn. This conflict diplomacy is already a concept, an established concept. So if we say conflict diplomacy in traditional African society, will it hurt us?
Traditional Africa.
Or international, because the major worry, because I understand what he's saying, and it's very clear. Because let's not look as if it is only when it is done in that traditional society that it makes it
That's not what we are saying.
No, because the way the topic is, it looks as if
It's
this
the framework
particular
of the
thing
topic.
is, and it must happen
It's
in
what
this
happens
particular
in
society.
traditional-
Meanwhile, that idea can be taken to anywhere, and it will still be an African concept. It will still be. The venue does not mean what we are doing at this level.
I don't think it's about the venue.
I think it's about
It's more about the experience. If you want to put it, extend it beyond, it could be a comparative study of the Western and African experience. But that's not the issue. She's not doing a comparative study. She just like what she said in the aim. She wants to fuse both. She has seen something valuable in Western diplomacy and African diplomacy, and wants to see how we can harmonize that kind of distance.
Because if you have and, it means this and this.
No, that's how we do our program.
Yeah, that's
if you want it ordinarily, it can be in. You can say, diplomacy in.
I don't have a problem with
I think the topic is fine. Let's move on. I think the topic is okay. But my worry again is the fact that Western diplomacy, is it purely African and Western? Is it Western or is it global?
Well, it's
Concept.
set to be it's a global concept, right?
It's a global concept.
Yes, sir.
Conflict
But
diplomacy.
most of the principles and values practiced within it are alien to us, are Western.
They are Western. So if we say Western conflict diplomacy, you say what? It's a concept. It cut across. Okay.
And it will work.
So you are saying what?
If you remove the conjunction, it will worry us in our
No, yes, it will. I think it's okay the way it is. Let's leave it the title as it is. Okay, Bob Manuel.
So it's Africa's experience.
Yes, Africa's experience. Bob Manuel, that's your surname, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what it's for money. So
You
Sunday
should be from
first.
Summer first.
Sunday first.
Then your degrees. B.Ed,
Yes, sir.
comma, docs, comma, M.Ed, UI.
Before.
Huh?
You did the first UI after BEd. Because they had the BEd and MEd in
Yes.
UI one place.
One
So
place.
no need to repeat UI. That's what you say.
Okay, so
Then what's this mass? This mass is what?
Masters of Advanced Studies.
That's what.
EPU, okay. That's the way you write it.
Yes,
EPU.
EP, European Peace University.
Okay. Then your PhD.
No. Yeah, PhD is small,
No,
lower case H.
Yes.
Anywhere, even if you are writing everything in all caps, that's PhD will be lower case H.
Okay, so abstract
Seminar, the same page, first page.
is what the
A seminar paper submitted to the
This
abstract. Yeah, okay.
on the first page.
To the Faculty of Humanities. Okay. Noted. Just say noted so that we'll move fast.
Okay.
Abstract.
You have the correction here too.
Abstract is highly worded. And should be a single line. Single line spacing, single line spacing.
It's like
Say what?
it's 300.
I'm not talking about the word. Single line.
Okay, it should be like line spacing.
And in fact, without wasting time,
You work the
you work your abstract. You are starting with your motivation, the motivation of this
motivation
study.
of this study. So
That's not what, it's not the abstract. The essential elements of an abstract. Find out. We'll let you know.
Please go back to your professor, get properly guided and rewrite your abstract.
Rewrite your abstract. Background to the study. Why did you begin with that quotation under your background?
I am using it as a foundation for the study because I'm trying to bring out the importance of culture as well. It's not as in how I jump started, but this is
Because I've not seen anything
It
that.
can be removed now.
Yeah,
It's not taking out. Yeah. This is
Just
not
remove it.
how
Just remove it.
Okay, remove it subsequently.
And some of the bullet points there, how do they relate to the contextual information you want to give us that refers to the topic?
Okay, they are basically talking about
Because you're talking about cultural and contextual perspectives.
It's talking
I thought you were
about
talking about diplomacy and all of that.
And conflict resolution.
And
yes,
conflict.
conflict resolution, diplomacy, and culture.
But I can't find it any of those bullet points.
The one that line with topic.
Yes, any of those bullet points now. I can't find it.
Well, look at them, and then if you go further, you
Are you saying you have not looked at them?
Oh, sorry, sir.
Are you telling us you have not looked at them?
No. I'm sorry.
So show us where.
We are trying to note.
Okay, I've noted it.
But there is what? Let us be clear. There is what?
I've noted it, but there is at the background there was a place where I
Now? We are just giving
We
you.
are now in the PowerPoint.
diplomacy, like PowerPoint.
That's the line. Say it what?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This particular PowerPoint was
One, two, three.
after the culture 1, 2, 3, 4.
Bullet number 4.
Knowing the major patterns. Just take the
Available
bullet.
accepted tools, because the predominant pattern of conflicts are proving resistant to the available accepted tools of diplomacy.
What page?
Then,
It is better.
it's page 2.
Okay.
It's page 2. Then if you go further, following.
But in page 2, you're already having the motivation as a subheading under the background. Why should you have that motivation as a separate subheading?
Must remove as he has suggested.
Okay.
See.
Look at the last bullet point of that page. They are looking for particular things. Read that one for them when you're talking about conflict diplomacy.
Yes, sir.
That's so where they are what page to that one? Don't say that.
Okay, within this context, diplomacy will be referred to as not within its roles in state and international relations, but as a multi-track diplomacy, outlining
But Manuel,
Yes, sir.
see, at the level in which you are now, if you are writing on anything, be orderly, be organized. There are sequences. You don't put the cat before the horse. When you're talking about background to the study, you are telling us the contextual and the historical issues involved, as well as the motivation. Give us information. About information. We want to see what are the sequences. Tie it up with the motivation towards the tail end of that background to the study. So you don't just start with the background, or you don't start with the relevant issues, preambles, and all of that. And that's why we're asking, we are looking for your topic in bullet number 1 to 4, or 1 to 5 on page 1. We can't find any. You're not giving us any information, not laying any information, laying the necessary contextual information for us. The background information is not there in your first page, page 1. You go over to your page 2. You started by talking about the motivation. And all those bullet points are your motivation. Motivation should be captured just in one or two bullet points. And you move on. So that at a glance, somebody sees what you are talking about, the connection between diplomacy, conflict, and traditional African experience. What's the connection?
The conflict diplomacy.
Yes, I'm not telling you to answer to give me an answer. Organize yourself very well. So that it flows. It will just flow. So that because when you are writing, you are assuming that the rest of you know exactly where you are going, where you are coming from. You are writing not just for the specialists, but for the non-specialists as well. People like us that are not in history and diplomacy. We want to see a sequence. And that should be able to show us in your first and second page. Let's move on. So do all of that under your background.
Yes, sir.
So aim and statement of the problem. Statement of the problem. So what is the problem?
The problem is that conflicts are not being sustainably resolved in Africa, and the search for finding suitable mechanisms to resolve conflicts and
You see what
solve
is
challenges
You see what you are reading here. This woman is wonderful. Those are the things he's saying. They are not here.
We are saying very good things, but what the content is in your framework.
No, it's in the main work.
I think it's the style
It's
of
in the main work, but you know, it didn't reflect it here.
Yes.
writing.
Yes, you need to provide answer. So let's move on.
Okay.
Because some of the people we are going to see at graduate school, they will have this one, they won't have the main work. It's only one copy of the main work they are presenting, they are submitting. And it will be given to one person to read. The rest of them will be having the PowerPoint. So when those information are not there, then one begins to wonder what is it you are writing. So please organize your work well, okay? You have the idea, but your problem is presentation, putting them in a very systematic and orderly manner.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so aim and objectives. We have already done the aim, but you are saying that if you read on, yes, by providing possible answers to the following questions. Why are the questions? It's part of the aim.
No.
The last time I came here,
Yes.
we were told that during one of the presentations that we should put the aim and put the research questions after it. We should put the objective and the research questions underneath the objective.
Yeah, now you did so on page 6, but what they are saying is that right at the end, as you have it now, following
Yes.
the objective following the end, you should just stick to the objective. Behind it, that's the next page, you have what you have just said.
Yes.
So you need to properly put after the end, let the objective stand not as if it's personally for the conference research person again.
Okay,
Okay,
sir.
Based on that, Chair.
Yes, sir.
Based on that aim, which now this research aims at
Yes.
fusing
So,
both Western and African mechanisms of conflict diplomacy to achieve sustainable peace.
but even the idea of fusing is not what she's doing.
That's what you need.
The aim of this study is to interrogate conflict diplomacy and traditional African experience.
This stuff, yes.
The aim is their topic.
It's your topic. Just go back to your topic. Don't talk about the fusing. That fusing is you.
that's what is the contribution of the work.
Yes, that fusing is the contribution.
The aim of this study is to interrogate conflict diplomacy and traditional African experience.
And the aim is to different objectives. Simple.
Then the objectives are to remove that subheading as objective.
Okay, sir.
Remove the subheading as aim.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
This research aims at
Okay, sir.
stating the topic as it is.
Okay.
Then after that, full stop. The objectives are to to do what?
Identify the relationship between indigenous values and attributes of local people conflict.
So now it's now state the objectives.
Okay, sir.
And they all be in small letter. If you are saying examine is to examine, is to identify, is to ensure.
Yes,
All of that. But you must take them in an order. There must be an order to your objectives. Okay?
yes, sir.
Then the next page, we are now saying again, aim and objectives of the study, research questions.
Delete it. That's what they say. Delete the state of definite and then make it exactly
Research
as
question.
the subhead.
Yes. Okay. Significance of the study, not for theory and practice. Significance of the study. So remove that for theory and practice.
Okay, sir.
No, delete. Don't say, okay, I'm happy again.
Okay,
Remember that
sir.
very
Thank you, sir.
slide. It's significant of the
So
study.
where is the theory and practice of the significance? Huh?
He's saying, read all of the bullet points for the theory. Read any other one for practice. That's what I said. You want to
Separate them.
Sorry. Okay.
In theory, theoretical significance, practical significance. Huh? So collapse all of them now into theory and practice. And when you do that, you see that your work will flow. You see organization in your work. You see an order. Not just doing it because you want to say theory and practice. You lump all of them together. Scope. Is that okay? Scope of the page 8.
That was simple and sharp.
Okay, so literature review. Literature review, that's the heading of that one. So, and under that, we have what? Conceptual. You see, did you see the PowerPoint, the credit school format?
Yes, sir. I saw it.
Is it how it is? Conceptual clarification. Is it like that?
Conceptual framework.
So, why did you put it conceptual clarification?
Well, actually, what happened was that I traveled and I sent the work.
So, that's on the defense. That's what you're telling next time. That's why you'll be telling the external examiner. The heading, the main heading is literature review. And under that, the subheading is conceptual framework. So what you consider conceptual clarification will not go. Take the concepts and what are the key concepts there? Page 9. What are the key concepts you are looking at? So what you claim you have done under conceptual clarification, which is on page 10, will now come under page 9
Okay, sir.
as a subheading.
Okay, sir.
Then you take the concepts. Which concepts are you looking at? Which concepts are you looking at now?
Okay, not theoretical. Okay, yes.
Conceptual framework will come before.
We are working at a topic. Then what are the framework? What are the things we are looking at?
It does appear you have not been coming
Talk
to.
about it here.
How many
So
times have you?
I've
How
been
many?
coming, I've come twice.
Right, but you are not learning. It's not to come.
That was when I tweeted. I said,
Don't argue with Shara.
It's not to come here and sit down and be playing with your phone or chatting with your guy online. That's not the essence. It's to listen and take correction. And it does appear that you are not taking any correction for the series of times you've been coming. You took correction, but it's not reflecting on your work.
I will be doing
Please do it.
myself.
You yourself, that you didn't do it yourself in the section.
I sent the type of.
So this time around, you do it yourself.
Okay, so
I've normally been doing it for you.
Are you professional?
You just suffering under the exam.
don't worry, you do it well. Huh?
Yes, sir.
You do it well. So literature review is the main heading. Under that, as a subheading, conceptual framework.
Yes, sir.
What you consider conceptual clarification, that's what you do undergraduate. You don't want it here. Conceptual framework, put it there. Take the concepts. What are the key concepts you are going to look at now? Or you have looked at? Conflicts. Maybe it's in your main work.
Yes.
Is it there, sir?
Yes.
Diplomacy.
Yes, sir.
And what are the other concepts you want to look at? Traditional, maybe it's nothing, there may not be anything. And all of that. Then after that, theoretical framework
Yes,
as
sir.
a subheading. You have it on page 9. You use structural conflict, right?
Yes, sir.
Theory. And which other theory?
I used the aggression
Okay,
and
whatever theory you must have used, put it there. Then the next one now will be empirical review. Where's your empirical review?
We don't really,
You don't have it.
I didn't introduce that.
in the main work I have the empirical review,
Why is it not here?
various literature.
Why is it not in this memo?
Must reflect in your
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you don't have your empirical review in here, you may have it in the main work.
She's just introduced.
Is it there, sir?
Yes, but I've already told her.
Then where is the gap? Summary of literature reviews for gap.
The summary, yes, sir.
So where is the gap? The summary is here. Where is the gap?
I discussed the gap in the summary. I misunderstood.
you put it on the lecture review. I saw you didn't send it here.
Guys
That some of the
you
authors
are disappointing us. So
bring it here.
you are not showing us that you have it. You want a PhD.
I told them. I thought when I came in
No, please bring it here.
okay.
That's what I'm asking you. It's in the format now. Summary of literature review / gap and the literature. It's there.
Okay, so I should slash
You don't have the. Okay, research method. Methodology, not research method. You see, it just appear, it didn't refer to the format. It's one thing to have it, one thing to use it. It's another to use it. You have it, but you didn't use it. Is it indicated like that, research methodology?
No, it was that one is my own for my own doctoral score.
Okay.
Last time, we were here with you. I told you that we went to graduate school. The secretary and chief insisted that we must have it as research methodology. So, are you listening? Because I told you to carry out that, to take it on. As we went to graduate school to have defense, parallel defense, the secretary of graduate school and the dean, Oluji, said that it must be research methodology. When we came here the last time, I decided.
But they should change it. They should change it in their format now.
That's what I'm saying. If you insist that we should have it this way, I've just deleted it. Then let her delete it.
Okay, sir.
And the APA page 9 is using a different in-text citation.
Page 9.
And the last bullet point, Albert, 2012. It should be comma P.3. That's APA edition, style sheet. Page 9, last bullet.
okay.
However, Albert, can you see your in-text citation? That's not APA.
Okay. The next one is results and discussion, not findings and discussion. Results and discussion. Page 14. All of that. Everything you have under there. Results and discussion. Then the other one is summary, not summary. Summary, conclusion, and recommendations. Page 22.
Yes, sir.
Summary, conclusion, and recommendation. That's the title.
Okay, they should all be on
Yes.
one.
Right.
Yes, you don't have the format now. You're not asking us they should all be in one line. You didn't refer to it. You are using something from your head. You are using your own format from the head. Huh? What?
It's noted. It's just noted. Please, just write as they said.
Under that will be summary of findings.
Thank you, sir.
Summary of findings. Conclusion, colleagues.
Yes, sir.
Don't worry. Go to your 60. You come and pictures here one day. The pictures you put, you don't take them. Don't assume that you know everything. They are brought some pictures to help your work is history. When they say visit to the African government chairman, only chairman, is it the one that is there? What did this happen?
And shouldn't it be figures?
As figures.
Yes. Figures. Don't just put the pictures there. Yes.
My friend, if you want to correct you, just rush the picture. Come and not be
Contribution.
How does that speech you have found is called? How come the fact that
Those were the militants from the
how will I know that the militants? What they are saying is that in the caption, it should be properly explained. You have to spell it out. This work is going to the whole world. Not just everything here. So what are they doing there?
This was when they defended the local government.
Is it part of the complete preparation?
Yes, sir.
Going to visit the local government chairman?
Yes, sir. After they swore to the oath and
Where is the place? Where is the picture where they are swearing out? Where are the photographs indicating the
The
process?
post taking picture would have been more.
That's what the pictures you need are not pictures near the chairman. They are pictures that
one person is looking there. This is the second one of Africa. This was when I take a picture all the time.
But let me tell you,
All the days a kid.
are we listening? There is something about what the example of just mentioned. Some of them don't allow the whole taking time to capture electronically. Why? No, I think some of them, like this one now, they went to the local government, which is a secular environment and secular activity. When they bring that fish that has off nose, in my place we call it asha. Different people have, although they have the name, they call it Africa. So when they are doing it, there are things they do. They don't want external eyes or other people to have this like that. So, but this code was it taking this? Sometimes they are taking this particular one. No, this one are not. They are not. They didn't take the secret. They went to the square. That's what I'm saying. Yes, I said I agree with you, but I was not providing for that information that some of the places they go to shrine and they don't allow people to, come back. It is a masquerade act. They don't take those people. So that's please capture your pictures properly.
Yes,
Describe them properly.
Thank you.
Contributions to knowledge.
So contributions to knowledge, finally. Colleagues. Contributions to knowledge.
Today is the last edition for this edition.
Yes.
So we are expecting what about the price of that back out of this place. I'm still seeing the same thing you brought last time.
So our students are provided one meal pie for us. Let us go and bring them.
Yeah, for that bag of big bag.
We don't have to tax them. Let's not tax them too much.
Property is not good.
So, contribution to
The very first bullet. I think there is a language of contribution to knowledge. Language alone will tell you that this is what you have added to scholarship.
That's
But the
the
language you have here does not reveal that.
that's bullet number what?
We start from the first one, lying solely
of Western.
you are still complaining.
Come out very strongly. That we are coming out now.
Okay, sir.
This work has demonstrated, or just like you have in your bullet number 3 and 4.
Even your recommendations doesn't need like recommendations.
Put them as recommendation.
That will be
Yes,
the
correct.
language of recommendation.
Recommending. You are recommending.
not the language of expressing challenges you faced. She said the challenge is not only to restore.
Yes.
And then generally, she has a way of lamenting throughout her work.
Lacrima.
I'm very serious. And some of the things she's saying, you're so full of ideas that are not backed by relevant theories. You have experience, you will have gone here. At the end of the day, you find out that what you're saying is only known by you. And you're not even telling us how we should also be part of it. What I mean, most of the things you are saying, I'm not saying they're not correct, but they don't have theoretical background. It's more like your personal experience. That's why even in your methodology,
That's history.
you were so interested in saying experiential.
Julius, that's not history. You know, she did sections of Africa, east, north, west, every side. She took experiential activities of the people.
No,
I'm talking about something for Julius about what you said is history.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
so please, be more academic. Even your presentation was more personal than academic. What you know, let me just say it.
They don't lament.
Well, God,
They
you
did it
did it in your class, you did it
In Gachacha.
Anyway, it's conflict. It's completely different.
Okay, thank you very much. And do all of that, do all those corrections as suggested. Don't say just thank you and by the time you bring it back to the worst and what we have seen now. Please tidy it up. Breathe yourself. Take a break. Go and sit down and do the work very well, page by page. Okay? Let's start perhaps.
They must be to this side. Someone talking about is too damn.
We are still recording. We are recording our lighter note. What have we done?
No. It's very wrong. You just we try to pick up this part. We have something different.
The next person, please. Amala.
Good afternoon, professors here. Good afternoon, senior lecturers. Okay.
Pastor, wait for your turn. Pastor,
Just hold on.
wait for your turn.
You have 10 minutes to present.
Okay, good afternoon, professors here. Good afternoon, senior lecturers. Good afternoon, my colleagues. I am from history and diplomatic study. And I did the work on the history of Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, bracket open and close, 2000 to 2020. The work is focused on sustainable development of the region, Niger Delta. And the Niger Delta is a special area in the sense that it accounts for the 80% of the Nigeria foreign product or foreign export products. And it's also a special area because it produces oil and gas. It is the region that lay, or the views that lay the golden egg. But even at that, the region is still under developed, and region is still languishing in poverty, and the people in the region profit. So this is the region that produces what the country used to boast of what it is today. And it is for that reason that um, a lot of modalities have put sure that the region has been, or the region is developed. So the history of Niger Delta is not new as it regards to oil. Even during the time of palm produce, the colonial masters also were in a way trying to dominate the indigenes of the place, and also, and that has even brought a lot of conflict and crisis in that region, starting from then. And it was because of that reason that a commission that was chaired by Williams Commission was set up in 1957 to look at the issue of the Niger Delta area in Nigeria. So, that commission came out with a report that the Niger Delta region, which is the region of this study, should be given a special attention. Should be given a special attention, but and that commission did not work because of the outbreak of a civil war, and it has also been like that, creating one or two commissions to ensure that the Niger Delta region is developed from an NDDB, being a Niger Delta Development Board Authority, Presidential Task Force, Niger Delta Basin Authority, and UNPADEC also, which is the Oil Mineral Producing Area Development Commission. It has been like that until this focus of this study today, which is the NDDC. Before Obasanjo came in, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo came in as the president of Nigeria, the region was influenced by a lot of crisis, agitation, degrees of agitation, violence everywhere. So Obasanjo now came up creating NDDC, Niger Delta Development Commission, as a means, to ensure that there is relative peace in that region. That commission was created in 2000. So within that period, the NDDC has been in the mission of ensuring that the region is being developed. So, and what spurred me to do this work is because that the mandate given NDDC is an uphill in the sense that it covers about 9 states, which comprises Abia, Akwa Ibom, Edo, Delta State, Bayelsa, Rivers, Imo, and the rest of them. So, but being an uphill part of their mandate, it is achievable. It is achievable because when you look at such commissions also in Alaska, in America, so such intervention was also done and it was also achieved. So it was for this reason that I was for to look at this issue of the NDDC to develop the Niger Delta. So the work made use of two theories. One is a stakeholder theory, and the other one is Marxist instrumentalist theory. Stakeholder theory, states that every person, all assemblies should be carried up in the terms of development. Both the local community and the people that should be carried, along. Not the development of the Niger Delta is not on the periphery or looking at the actual part of it. Then the Marxist instrumentalist theory was, trying to differentiate the class, say that
where a situation where the higher class of people is impoverishing the lower class and using what is being produced here to develop another place, and the people who has what it takes, is being impoverished of what they have. So this brought me to my statement of problems. My statement of problem said the development of the Niger Delta region, particularly the Ejo and other coastal area, is the most troublesome issue. And the Delta Development Board, we look at also the Delta Development Board that was also chaired by Military Commission. The board did not also make impact, and so on and so on. Then the objective, okay, I should go to methodology. Okay. Okay, the methods that we use in this study, as part from the research design, that the research design adopted for this study is both descriptive and historical approach. And interviews were also used to collect that data collection and analysis in the study. The audience were also stakeholders in the Niger Delta states, such as the Selected Communities Development Committee, traditional institution, and members of the media and staff of the NDDC and other interested stakeholders. Okay. So we also look at the population of the study. The targeted the population interest is of this study is made up of civil servant students and farmers, traders, and of the 9 states. So the nature and the source of the data is that the data for this study was basically drawn from both primary and secondary sources. The primary sources of the data was obtained through objective questionnaire, oral interview, and so on about them. Then the method of data collection also continued study. The study adopted a mixed method, largely qualitative approach in the data collection in line with the research objective. So, discussion of findings. So, in our discussion and findings, the work started that the research findings have provided an insight on the history of NDDC 2020. The findings began by discussing the precursors being the agencies that have existed even before the creation of before NDDC. Okay, so then one of those agencies, we look at the NDD, the Niger Delta Development Board Authority, which did not last long as a result of the outbreak of war. Then one of it also is the Presidential Task Force that came up with a 13% derivation, and the UNPADEC, which was the last before NDDC. So when we look at this place, you see the picture. We look at it where contribution to knowledge. Okay, contribution to knowledge of this study is by we carefully examining the history of NDDC from 2000 to 2020 as provided in this work. It has helped to give understanding on the dynamics of the intervention agencies in Nigeria, particularly the NDDC, and the study can also help in providing insight for policymakers, researchers, and practitioners working in the field of development. And the last one, that the study has also raised an insight into the issue of corruption and lack of performance in NDDC. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Let's look at this. So topic, colleagues. United Delta Development Commission.
I think I have no problem with the topic if he's truly looking at the history of the Niger Delta development. If that is what he's looking at, I will what will go inside.
Within this framework, within the time frame,
They don't have the history. The time frame is okay because he's looking at
Let the former president of the country, the past president, Buhari was. You understand? He made a commission of inquiry into the workings of NDPs because there were so much limitations. The former governor of Rivers State was saying that it has been a cash cow of political developments and ATM, and why was that? NDPs still so much money will go there. You will not see the projects, and many of them were not completed. So that's why we really the topic and this is the first time what they doing this. Okay. If many times they would have arrested
Chairman, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, because we are going into the work now. Let us be sure what the candidate is doing is the history of the agenda. That's what he's looking at.
yes.
Okay. Then let's say you move the comma there.
So comma is necessary. That's what we do now. Once you have a date coming, unless you want to say from both, but we don't do that in our study. You put comma and put the date.
okay? So, topic appropriate, right? Any other thing there?
But to check typographic.
Then your degrees. PGD, BEd, DOS, PGD, DOS, MA,
What he's saying is delete the first UPH in bracket, delete it. That's the last one. Keep for the French.
then PhD.
You heard what they told the other person that entry is not the really the writing a calculator. That's what they say for PhD.
Abstract,
And the first one.
like the first one. Too wordy. It's like the same typist, eh? Typist.
Yeah. Then I need help. The second sentence, I need help. Second sentence.
Who is this typist now? What's the lady's name? Must be a lady. What's the lady's name?
Joy. And the second sentence.
He's a pastor.
Doesn't matter.
When it's like, yeah, you are signing one to the church.
The second sentence
Yes, sir.
of the abstract, I need help. The study
Yes.
focused on the rapid, sustainable development of the region. I'm afraid. The study now has changed from the topic. Which one
Is rapid doing that?
and the rapid.
When you just told us that
Nothing
You
is
are looking
happening.
at the history.
No, just
Let him just.
we are helping you. Like said, you need help.
No, I need help.
Okay, you are asking him. All right.
what is rapid doing that?
How rapid?
Maybe you should delete that for them. What he's saying is that his worry is that these bodies before NUDC are unpadded from all those building commissions. They are made so that relevant areas will receive rapid development.
That's not what the sentence.
No, I'm first. Now, that's not what he said. That is major focus like is interrogating the history. Did he has it become?
How?
But
That's not what asking the question. No.
I'm saying
Asking the question. The topic, sir.
no, I'm not trying to blame him. So we
What
just
this man is looking at is the history of the Niger Delta Commission. That's what he's looking at.
yes.
And
I haven't got that picture. So go ahead. Let me stop
and
you.
as commoners, we haven't done this thing in secondary school and in the university. We have an idea of what history is.
You who are educated have not done history.
No, I'm just saying that what we are saying, I haven't indicated that as a topic. We are going into history.
Yes.
And that's what we expect to see. And that's why I'm worried with your very first, second sentence to your abstract. It doesn't demonstrate that what we are looking at is history. You are going into something else.
Chairman, please let me clarify so that everyone can get it right.
This candidate needs to state for himself.
I'm not asking him. He said,
No, I'm asking the candidate.
okay right now.
Okay.
So that we also pay attention.
All right.
There are 9 of them.
Let us understand it's 9 of
Okay,
us.
Niger Delta Commission is a body. We're looking at it historically on how they approach the issue of development in the Niger Delta.
So not just history.
The history, they look at the order, the past
What kind
ones,
of history?
the past agencies. Look at the past agencies and look at
Economic history.
holistically.
You are looking at it holistically.
Including the source control, the crisis in Nigeria, amnesty, everything, the people
Not confusing.
Please tell us.
We are looking at the history of the Niger Delta community, the history, economic history, political history. Are we together? No, I want to be sure now, so that we know where we're going. Chairman, let's look at the date. The date says the 2000 to 2020. That is it. If the historical period is working on, that is what we're saying. So if he tells you that the edict for the establishment of Red Delta during the Obasanjo's first tenure as a civilian doctor, president of the court. And then, moving forward, this was the first chairman, and this was how the church. That is history. That's what he's doing. So we're taking it periodically. Yes. From so time to so time, this thing happens. Exactly. From now to this period, another thing happens. Yes. That's what it is in the world. That's what it is. I think I surprised the world. Only that, see, what we do is the same. Please, chairman, what we do is so that going forward, it's not just about this one. It's that even if you want to start a case for say 2000, you have to bring some background information. That Medela is our focus on this one. And with that comment that you have to talk about some levels of effort made to develop the Medela. It's in history now, but then the focus is that at what point additions of Medela made it that look, these commissions were now provided to ensure that the people get some relevance in what they have. He used the word, said this is the bed that lays the the oil and gas is the law, and then the people are suffering. That's why we live in the United States, and then it was done in 2000. So we are working with 2000.
Yes, sir. Chairman, honestly, maybe I'm wrong. It seems it's
Professor Brown who is
and he's saying, please, young man, can you clarify what you mean by this? Now, let me do this other line to you.
Okay.
The summary of the research is after 2 decades of establishment. The summary, look at the abstract, so you get it.
Yeah.
The summary of the research is after 2 decades of establishment. MPC have failed to fulfill its plan of transfer and then
those objective and significance are they supposed to be stated
no,
as they are there?
no.
This
One
sentence.
sentence.
Move on, take note.
So I on the abstract, taking note of the essential elements.
You need to delete that. Several literature were used to support this. You know, there are things that are not necessary. It's implied, you know, there's literature is used. Thank you.
Okay, so you work on the abstract.
The very first sentence.
And it's a bullet, you all deal in bullet points. Not square. Bullet points, tapping it.
The very first bullet, the second bullet, and the third bullet are more of Niger Delta development review than history. is rather talking about issues of development rather than the historical pursuit that he has indicated in his topic. But it should move, it should progress.
So, so what are you suggesting, sir? What are you suggesting for him?
What I'm suggesting,
Yes.
my suggestion is that this should move all aspects, then begin to go down to issues of development. And you move from the general to the particular. But when you begin to talk about the issues of development, is what the Niger Delta is already doing.
No, what the man said, what chairman asked me to bring up what Alex was saying. You see, if you look at the topic, the history of Niger Delta, those development commissions, they are coming last. Those ideas. But the first thing is about the region. So the region,
So history first, then the region.
is he going to discussing history globally in subject of history? It's not the head will come to the center.
Only lay foundation about history.
See what how we do our work in history. We do special scope, temporal scope, and thematic scope. So especially you talk about say Nigeria, then you talk about history, then you talk about the very relevant thematic scope. That's the phenomena you are discussing about. You're wearing a new shirt. I'm sure you are ready for Christmas. Let me go away from here and do my Christmas.
Okay. Let's guide. The essence of this defense is for us to be able to, once we see that there's something that's inappropriate, we make suggestions
The second
so
bullet,
that the student is properly guided.
as an oil-bearing region
Yes.
or Nigeria. These are the things that pointing out. These are grammatical errors that were pointing out for me.
You get what he said.
Good.
So we agree that I was saying that the first and second one are they okay? Apart from the grammatical error there.
Yeah, okay. That's how we do
The supervisor says
Okay.
so I was thinking they should call
We move on.
So his your references, you're putting the first name and then the comma. It's supposed to be surname, comma, and then the year of publication. So you have Kingsley book, which is cancel the Kingsley. The same thing with Cyril, will be cancel Cyril.
Okay.
When in your words or your presentation, don't use sweet words like you used. Say things like e.g. Say and so on and so forth. When you're talking to an audience like this, do your writing.
Okay.
What's the essence of the
Pictures. Those
Yes.
pictures, yeah.
Is it your
page
page
2?
Is it your side?
Yeah, we must be photographed.
Both of
It's not
them.
that we must, but we require that somebody saying cash cow and ATM. You know where they were? That's the top where you along Aba Road. And then the new building, this one now. I mean, NBC headquarters. So there were agitations about the professional headquarters, and so on and so forth. So the logo shows it because anybody around the world knows about this.
So can this be as an
It's not
appendix,
necessary.
not in the background?
Not
Or
necessary.
you can even leave it out of this work. It can be in the main work. In the appendix.
Okay,
Yes.
you mean in the PowerPoint?
Yes,
You
in the
should do that.
PowerPoint.
Okay, in
If
our
you
department,
need-
we are the one who asked him to.
If you need it in the PowerPoint, then there should be an
Who is
appendix.
one? Who is one?
He's the one.
He's the one.
So he's the source of this picture.
He's
I
one
went
like
there to the picture.
it's PhD field.
This is fieldwork activity. We insisted that he should do it, but when he said, please remove the flag.
Okay, so remove the photograph on page 3. See under the
I
back.
thought it was one at PhD. I thought what I saw is one at PhD.
See under the background.
The fieldwork, not that he has a PhD, not that PhD fieldwork. Okay, let's go.
Also on page 5, remove the 5.
Page 4.
Page 5, right?
Page
Oh,
4.
it's four.
Mine is 5.
And on page 3 again, your in-text citation. You're not following the APA style. Second bullet point, UNDP 2007 colon 3. So UNDP comma, all right, the 2007 comma P dot 3. You should follow the style
Are you
sheet.
taking notes?
Is use 7 times.
Mm-hmm.
This one is looking like 50.
So what is the motivation there?
So long. For the PowerPoint.
Maybe there is
Five pages.
Is it there?
just maybe very somewhere.
Where do you put it? Where is it?
The motivation is the last page of the background story. What are the last so that it is allowed the mandate of the engine is allowed to what is achievable.
That's your motivation.
Say the motivation is where?
An uphill assignment. The last
What I have here is this is informed. Okay. The mandate is that's not a motivation. What triggers your interest in this research? Why should it be this research and not something else?
message.
What regards me or what's going on is I've read several literatures and news making around about the development of Niger Delta and considering the amount of money that was spent and there were such agencies in the United States, Alaska, and some other Niger Delta that eventually they closed. So why it will not be possible for us to Niger Delta here is these agencies. So I have to look at it in that way. That
Is it your memoir?
yes, it's my work.
So bring it down to the PowerPoint.
Yes.
And you
You bring it down, it's not here in the PowerPoint.
Okay. All
So
right.
but let him use the right word. Sometimes when you come here, I don't know whether it's correct for assessment. That has been the word. The community, even sometimes, assessments are passing through bedrooms. You really have to put things up here. That's the whole thing. All the money coming from that. Yeah, it is discontentment.
Looking at NDC commission. So it was not created. If you write the history, not if you write, if what you're writing is the history of NDC. And so what about it? Just forgive me my grammar. No, something. He needs to document.
And based on the mandate of that NDC,
If you look at the scope, the study here, I went to the scope and it limited. That is what so I think it's okay. The topic is okay. You can do that. Just like very soon now we'll do a history on you. Not so much.
History of Oba.
No, we don't do just come and do this.
History of Oba.
review is all that.
Let's do something on
Then you will bring
You want to do biography,
It's almost
Okay, let's go
you
on.
want to start, you want to push him out of Catholic Church.
That is our complete. They will set him again anyway.
Okay, statement of the problem. Statement of the problem.
Again, I think the statement of the problem should border on the historical documentation of the Niger Delta Commission. What is here doesn't read like movement commission. Doesn't sound, doesn't read like statement of the problem. No. Sorry,
Chairman, do you hear what he said?
sorry, sir.
Chairman, do you hear what he said?
He said the development of the
He's
Niger
saying that the statement of the problem should border on the documented.
the lack of documentation, so to speak, of the historical stages
No.
of the Niger Delta Commission.
When we talk about textual analysis, talk about descriptive and so on, some of these things are really, but the fact that in historian happened, and the statement of
Is what? What is the statement of the problem?
We're not letting the candidate
Let
let him answer the question.
Which bullet?
Please. Okay, let's be one house, please. One house. Please, one house.
Prof, so that we make,
Yes.
where is the statement of problem in this document? Just show us so that we make progress.
I think from the first settlement point, the statement of the problem is the development of the region.
Particularly the jobs.
Other coastal area is the most troublesome issue. What's the troublesome about
It
it?
doesn't connect with the topic we are pursuing.
Look at bullet number
It's
5.
not connected. This one is
Reflect is not good.
Look at bullet number 5 on that text.
okay. Bullet number 5.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As the region remains,
it's not a discussion.
as the
Let's agree. Let him state the problem clearly and precisely. State the problem clearly and precisely. For stating clearly. Let it be clear. Aim and objective.
The same issue.
The same problem. To carry a historical survey of the first
The aim of this study is to document the historical stages of the Niger Delta. That's the aim.
Yes, state it in sentential form.
What is said is exactly what they are written here, but another language.
Yes,
That's focus on it.
I'm not talking about survey.
That's what you mean.
I'm not talking about
See,
survey.
It's okay,
you
let's
can
go.
state it clearly in such a way that put it in a sentence. Place it as a sentential form. Not aim to carry out the historical. No. The aim of this study, blah 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 blah, is to the objective are to to capture the aim well.
Bros,
Yes.
closer.
Yes, sir.
Do we have objectives of this thing? Generally, do we have? Can you supply one? One of the objectives.
Document past events.
You know that you can reframe it to align with the specific work you're looking at. You can identify objectives of this thing. You can restructure it and then end it with the NDDC that you're looking at. It will make more sense than what you have said.
Okay. The objective, research question. Are the objectives okay? Then let's
The objectives they are not okay. I told you what.
Okay, we totally want to do line. That's what we align with the research question. Okay,
Then
significant.
in the same manner, the research question, I have from here, maybe I'll give it to you. I don't know whether it's the right
Okay, you have the main work.
No, from what you
Okay, what you have
You
read.
do as I said.
Okay.
You do as I said.
No, I'm talking about research question. You just give him this.
Okay, you give him that. You pick up that from him. Okay, significance of the study. They are not in theory and practice. State it in theory and practice. Spell them out in theory and practice. Okay? Scope, limitation of the study. That in order? Okay?
The scope.
Yes.
What is the scope? So what's the scope?
The scope is in two dimensions and three dimensions. So the first scope there's a thematic scope. You know, that's looking at historical development and social economic efforts of that commission. And the second one is several scope, which covers the period to take the commission. And the third one is spatial, which covers the states, the member states of the commission.
Many of them.
Nice.
So what aspect of history are you focusing on? There's another area that you have not covered as part of the scope. Are you covering everything about history?
So that's what the first one said. Read the first one.
Which was
First.
socio-economic efforts of the commission within the first two decades. That is the only area it's looking at.
That is what he's doing. They are not doing philosophy or economics.
So what he's looking at is scope.
Yes.
A man will concentrate on socio-economic efforts.
Yes.
The commission, nothing else.
Sure.
Okay.
The candidate shouldn't be limitation of the study. It has to be deep limitation.
Just the scope of the study.
I think just with the scope.
That is the scope of the study.
Just make it scope.
So yeah, we say scope of the study, not the people that division is going.
Looks like
Look at the format. Scope of the study slash. Yes, scope of those slash. Yeah, scope of those slash delimitation. If you want to follow what the head says, yes. Scope of study slash delimitation is right.
So, what do you have as problem of the study? Where does that one? Let me bring it out. Is it the delimitation?
no, it's the
See that thing you wrote as problem of the study. Is what is called limitation
That's
of
what he meant.
Okay.
But
That
I
was
think if you
in chapter
delete it,
five.
just remove it. Let him delete that stuff.
So, the remove. Literature review. Literature review. The first one would have been theoretical framework. Where is the theoretical framework? I mean, conceptual framework. Like both of you and Nimba, you have the same format. We visited
the same typist.
the same type.
The same parameters.
Okay, supervisor is the same person. And one department. From what department?
Huh?
Say you are coming next year, trying to make this your definition.
Conceptual framework under literature review. After that, theoretical framework. Then,
Sorry, please, Prof. Let me point out this. What this is and was. No, his work is full of typo. Please, watch it. Because you're not going to be doctor for nothing. No.
It's not
When
what
you introduce you, what you want to
the
see
work
best.
needs to be edited by a professional. I think that's what the boss should recommend.
You should make
Because there are
English
many-
language
there are
for
many-
yes. This chapter is relied on at this level.
so please, let's do it right here. Literature review. Under literature review is conceptual framework. So, where is your conceptual framework? You said conceptual clarification. That's on page 19. So bring it back to under literature review, page 13. After that, theoretical framework.
And name it properly.
Yes. How many theories are you using? Two.
So which one is Marxist instrumentalist theory? Class society. It's just called Marxist theory. You know that instrumentalist theory.
Ask him what it means.
I don't ask very well. I don't ask very well. Sorry, sir. I don't ask very well. Chairman, please. Just say Marxist theory, please.
Don't worry.
With the kind permission of the supervisor.
Yes.
I want to suggest Avon want to make to my level. I observe that there are other theories that will be very useful to this work. Please, I think you need institutionalism theory. That theory will help you define the concept of creating an institution. Exactly. You also need to, if you don't mind, you also locate the rescue dependency theory. Because the financial sector is on a rescue mission. We are not doing that. If you don't also mind, you can also look at the principal agent theory. You know, the federal government is more like the principal of the entity. and sometimes they control some of the things that are happening there. You understand what I'm saying? We also don't mind, we can also look at state capacity theory, the role of the state in conditioning what happens even in the NDC. Then the last one, if you don't mind, we can also look at development theory, which is not in this one I'm holding. I don't know whether it's in your main work, but there are a lot of theories that are missing in your work. What you are pursuing, you are going too close to Marxist theory that may not be too relevant to this work. I'm not saying that this Marxist theory you are pursuing is not work, but there are more theories that will help you locate the work well. Because they are looking at issues of development, and then what the people are passing through is not a class struggle, so to speak. You are the one that is deliberately insisting that it should be a class struggle. For me, it's not. You are the ones sitting ourselves.
Okay. I have a suggestion. So, can we give the candidate a chance to justify his choice of Marxism?
No, I'm not going to Marxism. I don't call Marxism.
No, like what Shaman is trying to say. We have looked at the work at the level of the action. These are some of these development studies and experts. And the theory is this suggested. Some of them will also do. If the scholar, if the student, it's better for him to use any of these. I think, for example, that the work of rescue, rescue development is relevant. Yeah, institutional. However, you see, there are trajectories. When we are talking about the humanity school, or let's say that socio-economic perspective that he is taking in study. If you want to do any historical study, it's not of all directions, but you may not actually, but there is more that is just put on your mind. And so we know, I told you that one word he failed to use when he was talking about problem, and that's discontentment. We know that we have the challenge, we have the problem. We've been crying foul concerning development, much money that's coming here, and the agency that was made to help us, and we're not getting such help. That's why some of these were dropped. However, for the one of rescue, because of our trend, that is where we are heading to, where we are looking. Maybe he could put this. Chairman, that's my suggestion. We would like to put the rescue humanity theory. Thank you. So, as a technical review, you don't have it in your work. The same thing with never. If we are doing combined work, we don't use
Didn't you review literature?
yeah. You see what Manuel just said. That's like how we do our work. When you do literature review, it captures some of these. In some of the studies that we do generally in liberal studies, you want to bring conceptual review, you don't do much of empirical review like that. You don't do that.
It's not that you don't do. It's not that you don't do, but it's implied even in the conceptual review.
Yes.
That empirical is implied.
That's the literature review that you mentioned. It's implied.
But
Not that it's having a subsection of its own and then we're handling it like that. So if you don't see it in some of the works we do, especially in some aspects, we have about 4 or 5 areas of our study. That's in history. There are 4 or 5 areas. Like if you are doing gender studies, if you are doing cultural management studies, if you are doing pure socio-political history, if you are doing diplomatic studies history, like diplomacy, etc., economic history especially. But this one has a combination of some of these. That's why that's why I accepted this rescue dependency theory that is suggested.
So there are nobody persons that written anything before that can guide us understand the angle he's coming from.
So what Prof is saying, these empirical issues, there are some reviews we do.
And unconsciously, it's implied that you are even reviewing existing works in that area. But what I want to find out is to be sure if the candidate, in the process of doing even conceptual reviews, or even looking at some other theories, if he even looked at some of the past works or some of the people that have done some work in that area.
He did. You see what he did?
So maybe what he's saying is that they may not necessarily need to separate it as a subtopic, but it's already implied in the work if they are there.
That's not how we do our work. Because some works are from history. We have seen works from. I just said there are different sides of the history, like five sides. And so you may see one today, and another one, based on where. Okay.
Let him just use the required or recommended this of graduate school. That's all. They are all here.
I think it's important to clarify something. What the supervisors say doesn't seem to solve the problem we are trying to pay attention to. Does the candidate know the difference between conceptual review and empirical review? Now, if he says they don't do empirical review in their discipline, as you know, those of us in English, we say this is English for academic purposes. The way this thing is done for academic purposes, because graduate school has a format that is standardized. Now, what concepts review? What concepts? So, because it's possible that we are lumping this together and we do not know the difference. So, what are the concepts that you review so that we know whether you did empirical or called it conceptual?
One of the concepts I really like is sustainable development and the concept of sustainable development.
Let's help you. The requirement is theoretical framework, conceptual framework, empirical review. Then summaries stroke cap. You get
Conceptual is optional.
Is it optional? Yes. Is it optional? So please get the requirement and do it well. You can't keep using your way through down to graduate school and external.
I have a copy of the.
No, none of them.
No.
It's if relevant or
I may not want to
So it's the what you
yes, if application.
Did you know more about the dependency? Did you know about those? They don't part of that.
What you have done in you as a parent, you know that the title of the that's what
You don't do what I want to be clear is that in this your topic, if you did empirical review,
so what's the gap?
how did you identify the gap? In previous work, what did you do to identify a gap? What did you do?
He has done that. The only thing that we have a graduate school standard format. Now, that is what we are following. If you go through the main work, what he has to do there is to categorize them as contained in that format. What we are here is to guide them, to strengthen them, so that when they go to the graduate school, they won't have much comments.
I have said, let it be done. It's optional, but let it be done because, like Gloria said,
In this case, it's not optional. You must have to do a very
if you read what the lady here said, you could have just said that
It's not optional.
What you could have just said is optional.
We are consistently mentioning in the saying this. And the format. And for our faculty, let's be guided to ensure that
Will be uniform in whatever we are doing. The title there from graduate school is literature review. Under that,
2.1 conceptual
2.1
framework,
conceptual framework.
2.2 theoretical framework.
Define your concepts before you be guided by a theory. Conceptual framework, theoretical framework, empirical review.
Periodization,
Then summary of literature review,
and then gap,
then gap.
identification. All the things he put there, stakeholders, power, influence, stakeholder engagement process. I have the name of all those things
What-
can come under whatever he has written.
Wait a moment. This theoretical framework in your main work, under that, 2.1 theoretical framework. Stakeholders' interest, what is it?
Stakeholders, power,
Power
and
and
influence.
influence, what is it?
He created all those subheadings by
Are
yourself.
they theory?
Concept.
Are they theory or concept?
They are mainly your concept.
You are not answering.
Not concept, they are theory.
They are theories.
Stakeholders interest.
Who's theory?
Stakeholder engagement process.
No, it's under stakeholders theory.
Those are just subtitles.
That are not necessary.
It's not a concept.
That are not necessary.
It's not a theory.
It's not a theory, but a concept.
So which of the theory did you use here? How many theories did you use?
So your
Which one? Please, one house.
Stakeholders theory and masses consistency theory.
What is
So
stakeholder engagement process?
what about the stakeholder interest?
No. A lot of
This is the proponent of that theory. The stakeholders. Who is the theory?
Please, see what we are going to do now.
I captured it from Niger Delta Development.
No, who is the proponent of the stakeholders theory? If you are calling it a theory,
the NDCMD.
who is the theorist?
The theory is here.
Who? Open and
Carlo.
open and
Carlo.
Carol from where?
Carlo.
That thing don't look like a coinage used by somebody. I've never heard of that theory. I've been looking for it.
Instrumentalist theory. You can Google it.
Sorry?
You can Google it.
That's stakeholder theory.
No, instrumentalist theory.
No, that one exists now.
Stakeholder theory.
This you said stakeholder theory. Who is the proponent? Because some of these things appear to be more coinages by someone.
Carol didn't open the theory, and the definition there is talking about what stakeholder, who a stakeholder is. He said it's an individual or group who can affect or is affected by the actions of policies. Just any stakeholder there.
Please. I don't know what to. They are not being guided by the format at all. As a format. Don't devise your own format.
What is there for you to go and provide what we say is missing? In that very session, so that we can make progress.
Yes.
The theories are there. And you said that we can add another theory to that.
Inside your main work, now looking at your main work. And looking at your main work. Your literature review 2.1 with conceptual framework. What you have here, chapter 2 literature review 2.1 theoretical framework. Conceptual should come before theoretical. Conceptual should come before theoretical.
I'm ready.
So, under conceptual framework, take the key concepts. Now, we said 2.2.1, sustainable development. How can you define sustainable development before development? You've not told us what development is, you are telling us what sustainable development is. You are not saying sustainable development 2.1, 2.2.2, development. So you define what sustainable development before development?
Let him carry close down. That's what he said.
So take the key concepts there. After that, you now go to theoretical 2.2, theoretical framework. Please note. And under that, which of the theories are, if there are two, just mention them. This stakeholder interest, is it a theoretical framework?
Stakeholders engagement process is also a theory.
So why do you put them under theoretical framework?
So fast.
Do that. Then after that, what next do you do? Say you didn't do empirical review.
Going to do that. Put in
But it's not in the main work.
It's going to be a succession of it.
It's not in the main work.
We said that it was put in the review. So that we do that.
Please separate them. Huh? After the empirical review, now do a summary of the literature review. So gap. But you have it here in the PowerPoint. But you don't in the main work. You identify a gap, do a summary. The research methodology. Let's look at this methodology. Page 20. So we still remove the research. If you go to graduate school, they tell you to put it no problem. But let's follow what they are giving us. Methodology. Research design. Let's look at all of that. Population, study population. Let's look at how fast. Okay. You are getting people, some of you that are coming here to present, you're making us getting tired of this thing. You don't come here to learn. I thought by coming here, by the time you come to home, you won't have that much problem. You just move fast. It shows the evidence of attendance. So you are drawing up backward 10 times. 10 times backward. Method of data collection. Let's look at all that subheadings under methodology. This in order and move on.
That's the one we call sample size and sample technique. Is it there? Can't even see it. Oh, it's not necessary. Yes, sir.
No, if you are doing qualitative,
Yes.
it's not. If it's quantitative, yes, but it's not. What is it mean? We have done statistics of all states, and then all of us are not them. Qualitative analysis can be seen, yes.
So is it in order, sir? Look at this methodology, is it in order?
Yes. It may not, if it's
Once
not
you
a
say yes,
qualitative
move on.
study, if it's been a qualitative study, then there is more to what you have been saying here. And if you move forward, you now move to chapter 4 of 1, that's where it's actually doing the analysis. It doesn't show, because I'm just wondering where you got the data to analyze.
So you see, there are provisions already in documents everywhere.
No, because you want to know about the development, how NDDC have been able to attend to the needs or what they were mandated to do for a period.
No.
Where are you? Sorry, sir. Let me just explain it. I want to analyze the history of Nigeria. It means I need to get some documents. Or talking about 2 of them. Now, if he's doing that analysis, and if he's not going to, at least he's not going to in any way quantify, how is he going to arrive at the findings that he's going to get from the work?
No, indeed, what you are saying is different from what has you required him when it is qualitative. He has been to various sites. He was at the headquarters of NDDC. I have made
The interview.
interviews and gathered the data. But what we are saying is that he wouldn't use, say, the amount of money expended in 1 year to begin to statistically work on such in a qualitative approach or analysis to get the result. If you did a qualitative, I mentioned what earlier, like you also mentioned that if you go to your community and they just do the town hall, for a period of 10-20 years, that's what NDC has done for such a group. And they use it, and you begin to now say, is this amount of money has gone? You are not saying for that to show me how much that will be for economics or people like that.
So if I go there and analyze in a place that is not my place,
Are you examining from?
He asked me,
no, I was actually asking the candidate.
So since I came back, the candidate has not said anything.
Prof doesn't want the candidate.
no, you ask them. When he said,
But the chairman allows
Prof is to
ask the candidate.
candidate. Are you doing a qualitative study or you are doing a quantitative study?
It is already stated here.
No, I'm coming to that point.
Are you doing
What are you doing?
I know again. No, say it again. You are saying, because
this man actually collected that. The man collected that. The man
there's something going on here. The fact that just allowed this debate go on between us and the
we are still on the third candidate.
The captain wants to say something. Bro, he wants to say something. No, let's hear from him. He wants to say something.
You say that the study adopted a mixed method, managing qualitative approach.
No, mix. You can't say mix.
You can't say mix and then move it again. What are these things of reading? What is a mixed method?
You say mix method.
Let's allow the candidate to defend his work. Supervisors can come in, so what I'm trying to say when there is need for clarification.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, go ahead. It's under data collection. So the study adopted qualitative approach in data collection in line with the research objective.
You collected data using what? You collected data
Using what method?
Wait, you collected data using which method?
Through interview.
You collected
Is interview qualitative or
quantitative?
It's qualitative.
Chairman, we wish you well. Chairman, yes. Some of the questions that are being actually to the candidate, some may appear confusing. We are this question. We have said that we use qualitative approach and we also separate from the document. Then you said, you said what kind? Said when he got there, they and they gave him some documents, he returned and looked at the used such. But when you now said quantitative, because he said he mixed them, it is the approach in history. If you see something that somebody has already used for analysis, you take it as an approach.
Prof, excuse me, Chairman, sir, Chairman.
Okay, let's move on.
Chairman, we move on, and the best way to move on is this.
Results and discussion.
All right. Let the candidate be aware that from the document he has used mixed method. That's what he said now. Okay. No, let him know. Not actually. All right.
Tidy up those areas.
No, please.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor and candidate.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so I thought our job was to guide the candidate. If we find anything wrong, we tell the person this is wrong, do it this way, and we'll move on.
That's what I'm saying.
Please.
Results and discussion. Non-findings and discussion. Results and discussion. Page 22.
So, the photographs, what are they doing? Shouldn't they make statements?
Those photographs, what is it for?
Shouldn't the photograph make statements?
Are they even necessary?
The work is so there's nothing wrong. It's the talking that candidate, pastor, you are they speak. You ask
Is pastor your name?
Yes, no, I'm a pastor by
okay, no. Why is it not pastor?
All right, the picture here portrays the first 4 years, the first 8 years of passenger and of passenger in 13 engines, and those that were the channel of the
Yes, sir. Yeah. You know, because the work is history. There's nothing wrong having the photographs. But those photographs should communicate the relationship between the individual and what is saying. That's what we told the never to the first person. Capture the. No, this one is beyond capture. This one. It's not just capturing it, alright? Because we are looking at history. For instance, we are talking about the of Abua, and you are pointing to him with something. Which from Abua? You have brought his photograph. His photograph is there. You will now be explaining how.
I think I did it.
No, wait. How Edwin Sunday is part of that environment.
I did it in my main work.
Okay, so your main work. No. Julius is there.
If it's in the main work, you also will be there.
Just note it down.
You did in the main work.
Please don't omit anybody.
If you read
Since you are doing 20,000 to 2020, please don't omit any of the MDs. Put all of them and let the statement, whatever account
you have to give concerning them to be there. Yes. Because they were all part of it. Don't just select some pictures. I don't even know what Basanjo helped. Is he a creator of the commission? No, he is not. He's wrong because under him, like,
So under all of that, let's go on.
no, Basanjo was not president.
He was president there now.
Findings. One house. Results and discussion main heading. Results and discussion continue cannot be in initial caps. You want to put all of them in initial caps, you put them. It cannot be in capital letter. The next page, page 21, 23. You're not putting the initial caps. Initial caps. Don't do it like that. Okay. Yes, sir. Then page 25.
Shall we find it?
Don't by the way, please. Before they bring this thing, you look at them. They have the format now. Before they bring it to me, ensure that you will have seen it.
Yes. See?
No, you said that.
If they bring it to me, I will reject it. Any subsequent submission will be rejected. It must pass through you. In fact, the copy must be endorsed by you. That you have seen it. All the things you are coming to say here now, you will have said it.
Chairman,
Yes.
let through your secretary communicate with me.
No, the rest.
No, we have the rest.
They will know it. If the rest are coordinators of their various programs, that's the very perfect program.
Show a copy to the rep. Right. Let him look at it before you go and start printing.
This information be known to the department. That's that.
He will give you the permission to go and print after looking at it. Know it. The table, all the linings in the table, remove them. I've said it before, and you have been attending. All the linings there, remove them. All of them there, so many of them, under your results and discussion. All the results and discussion. And summary, conclusion, and recommendation. Summary, conclusion, and recommendation. Not just summary. Some under that summary of findings. Page 45. Summary of findings. A subheading under summary, conclusion, and recommendation. Noted? Okay.
Very first bullet.
Yes.
Firstly, high level of corruption in NDDC. A key factor to blame for poor performance. The level of corruption by naming relevant names and what they stole to arrive at this.
He is not studying economic history.
No, not that he looked at
But the scope defines.
Socio-economic.
Yeah.
The scope is socio-economic.
Socio-economic.
It's not from his thoughts.
Okay.
These are things in the public domain. Newspapers and all. Okay, do me again. I ask you again.
Direct to him.
Direct the question to
No, I wanted to be sure if it's in the main work. I'm not holding
It's not there. Ask the
And when Julius now tells me that
It's not there. Ask him. Ask him so I can.
So candidates are
Did you
institution? Yes. So did you identify the corrupt nature of the institution with facts, with data that you collected?
You cannot just bandy words. And that's indicting. So you must.
And it's one of your findings, which means it's drawn from your effort.
And listen, you showed us pictures of directors and all that. So to give relevance, because you didn't name institutions only, those pictures are not the pictures of the NDDC building. I thought we saw individuals.
Yes.
So connect it, relate it. It's very important.
Yes. Chairman, this thing I'm saying, they are very serious. Look at the second one, after that first one. The second one. Secondly, NDDC projects lack thorough supervision. That thing is not correct. It's not correct.
Actually, no farmer to me.
It appears that you are only saying what you feel.
It's in prison.
You are not looking at it from the reality. There is this is an academic whatever you are saying, you have facts. NDDC work, the moment they award you that contract, for you to even do that job, the kind of supervision, there may be corruption in the process of supervising you. But you cannot generally say that you lack supervision, because there is supervision. You can't even say that NDDC, that the government does not put in money to NDDC. You can't say that. Because they but what is the problem? There is something that is happening. The laws are there, but there are people who are supposed to implement this law and are not implementing it. So if you make 15 statements that this thing does not exist, it makes me look as if I'm not from the Niger Delta, because we know what is happening. Sometimes when you're doing an academic work, it's not what you know, it's what you have discovered in the field.
That's the point.
That's the emotional thing.
That's the point I was making.
Keep your emotion
That's the
away.
point. Your emotion.
That's the point I was coming in when you said that. When he went and interrogated people, stakeholders, even who are not stakeholders, drivers, these are the general opinions of people. Sometimes you even deliberately do them. You go and break the wall. They're not complicated, just small, a small piece of block, very small and drop. And see how powerful they fall apart and become.
Like you should.
Not road, I mean,
No, let him hear.
If I interview the
there are
NDDC rep,
there are people
Which
who
supposed
have
to-
that one.
NDDC rep,
Which of the NDDC
I
rep?
interviewed Professor Minigo, who was
Aminigo.
who was the NDDC rep.
Long ago. Let me tell you. Let me give you information. When Aminigo,
Come. Let's know how.
All this thing you are saying, the light of the foregoing, is it a summary of your findings?
that is what it looks like.
But why did you put them under the findings and discussion? They are summary of your findings.
That's the point where Chairman we stop to. That's where you were. We stop to.
Remove them and put.
Looking at the validity of the statement,
I agree with you that people should not make stupid statements. But I also accept that
All this summary, where did you get them? This summary of findings, how did you come to that conclusion?
researcher.
How did you come to the conclusion of the summary of findings?
Chairman, did this man see the procurement law of NDDC? Did you see it?
that's
No,
why.
There
are cases where NDDC awarded contracts.
Yes.
Supervision was made.
Yes.
But the work was not properly done.
That one is a
I have a
That's the corruption that I point out.
Here they have awarded it 4 times.
Good, you will not tell me,
Those
for
4 times, that
example,
road is
the
still
road
there,
that
cannot be
Omerelu
completed.
quote. The road that Omerelu, in an interview with so person, he revealed. He said it's an academic work. I'm telling you that, yes, you are right. But that's what Chairman was at. Before you stop, that was where he was. He said that it should be summary of findings. So he's summarizing some of this. He doesn't need to now pinpoint that this was at Omerelu.
No, this one is discussing work.
No, he's discussing. No, this is what he was talking about.
Yeah, please drive the process so that we can go.
Deriving summary from the discussions.
Okay, so let's dive in.
I think those are summary from the discussions.
Yes.
So let's leave it at that. Let's assume that it's in the main work.
Yes.
It's in the main work. So there are deductions from your discussions. Okay. So in that case, it should not be just summary. The title of that thing will be summary, conclusion, and recommendation. Then under that summary of findings, then conclusion. Is it noted?
Yes, sir.
Conclusion. Recommendations. Yes.
This NDDC that this man is looking at, he is already prejudiced in his analysis. He's biased. And it's not good in scholarship. You shouldn't just feel that everything is bad. Because that's what I've seen in the work. There's nothing good in NDDC. But as we speak, there is this light up in NDDC that even in my community, There is light.
That is not before the
Sorry, I'm coming. I'm just citing an example. There are other things. This NDDC was not that bad. There were moments where NDDC was actually working well.
We agree.
So those things should also be seen in the work.
I want to ask the candidate, where did you get your letter from? The people you interviewed, were they the ones that told you that we are like that? Were they the ones that told you?
Yes.
So the interview guy, why I'm asking is because I did a work on NDDC, and that was my PhD work. And I worked in 3 states. I traveled to Bayelsa, and some of the communities that I went to, I discovered a lot of abandoned projects. And I even went to NDDC office, and I interviewed some persons, including their corporate affairs director. And yes, some of them on the staff, we are even against some things they start not happening, do not allow them to execute the project. It's either they attack the workers, the contractors, or they even attack them, the enemies staff when they come to inspect, try to kidnap. So these things, you need to balance it. So you need to interview the NDDC, maybe corporate affairs personnel or their engineers or whatever, and balance it. So you cannot just point out that everything about NDDC is bad. So you have to balance it.
You see, Chairman, she's very right. You know, last year when he was completing this research, Professor Daniel, who is part of this work of our department, was doing this. And what he said, there is a balance of view, but it came more to the left side that people are angry. Many people, when they stop workers of NDC aside, because of some of the perceived things that look so much come, and we receive nothing. Talking about
Let's go for contributions to knowledge.
Contribution number 1.
Yes.
One of the things we have contributed is to generate a document.
Yes.
You have succeeded in generating a document that will act as a reference point regarding the history of the Niger Delta Commission from social time to social period.
That's the main contribution. That's the main contribution.
Have you noted that, sir? Are you sure?
Okay. Every other thing can prove it. Thank you very much. And the next, what are those photographs? What are they doing at the back of the contribution?
Appendix.
It's appendix. Yes, sir.
Did you title this as well?
Not like all the pictures.
It's in the next one.
Everything is in your no work.
Yes.
Why do I write it here?
appendix on top of the
I work for you, everything in my no work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's start from you. Thank you. We'd like to make a special request. This other lady that defended, the first person, should we agree that she tidy up those corrections and get back?
Yes.
Well, let's look at it.
Yes, bro.
Instead of throwing away the baby with the bathwater.
Yes, bro. Thank you very
Let her
much.
tidy up those corrections in line with the format and do the presentation. And you don't need to come back and do the presentation. You bring it, you look at it whether you have done it well and you have done it well.
Thank you.
Based on that, we let her go.
Yes, sir. We'll play it, sir.
you are talking to finalists alone.
No, this was not already.
That's what I'm saying. The examiners are the people to respond.
Yes.
No other person should.
Yes.
I see that English people are in class. English people that
But why so messy?
Bro,
Tidy up those corrections.
I don't go with this class. When it is stuff on. So every candidate should please go for
The
their
supervisor will give you a copy of those corrections. Tidy up and look at it. Bring it to us to look at it, they will call you. Your response will be the next person. Let's go very fast. By the way, sir, okay. 10 minutes or less. Hold on.
Hold on, hold on.
Yes, my research work titled Independent National Electoral Commission. One house is like participation. Less than 10 minutes or lesser, better, among residents in the South region. The study was anchored on the need to ascertain how INEC voters education.
You are following.
The study was anchored on the need to ascertain how INEC voter education messages as a gender political participation among residents of South Nigeria. The issue in the study was the rising rate of invalid votes, which has become a third force in the electoral process, voter apathy, and low voter turnout, particularly in the 2019 and 2023 general elections. The study was guided by 6 objectives. One of the objectives was to ascertain the compatibility of INEC voter education materials among residents of South Nigeria. Another objective was to identify the media used in implementing INEC voter education strategy. Also, an objective was to find out how INEC messages have strengthened voters' confidence among residents of South Nigeria, among others. The study reviews latest concepts, and it was premised on 3 theories. The democratic expand theory, which is an equivalent of press grassroots democracy that was intended to mobilize voters or electorates from the grassroots to participate in elections to achieve credible, free and fair process. The study also employed a theory of agenda setting theory, which influences public opinion, and it believes that whatever there is, what the media is important, and therefore the media has the capacity to alter the views and thoughts of the voters. Also, theory adopted was the symbolic internationalism theory, which ascribes to meanings derived from our worldview, following from interaction between the society. The study has a population of 8,353,400 persons, which constitute the state capitals, of the 6 states in the South region. Out of that number, 400 was drawn as a sample using the Humanities minimum sampling analysis. The study adopted proportional random sampling and used simple percentage to analyze the data. Following from the analysis, it was revealed that the INEC voter education materials were not comprehensible there were no pictorials, and therefore implies that the messages were tailored to the literate audience. And this implies that the INEC messages were specifically meant for the educated and the politically active audience, which do not have general appeal across board and demographics. It was also revealed that radio and television were predominantly used in implementing INEC voter messages. It was also revealed from the findings in the study that INEC voter messages have not significantly and sufficiently strengthened voter confidence among residents of South Nigeria. Following from that, the study recommended that INEC, in preparing their messages, to consider all categories of society: the illiterate, which they consider, the illiterate, the deaf and dumb, the blind as well, even the aged. So you consider in the message to carry everybody along. Also, the study recommends that INEC should broaden the media usage to include other media. Also, bloggers and huge followers should also be incorporated to carry the message of voter participation and education to rural people. Further, the study also recommended that INEC voter message be more consistent and continual, not only during election season, but let it be part of the lives of the people. Let it be engaged and be kind of on a daily basis, on a quarterly basis, to educate them you need to come out to vote and to respond to that civic responsibility. Thank you. Thank you very much. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Very good. Thank you for that summary. Colleagues, you have seen how the summary has gone. Topic.
Question.
Yes.
On the topic, to the candidate. Please, if I pick this work, which department will I locate this work by your topic? Just the topic.
Under public relations.
Sorry?
Public relations.
Which department? Didn't say
Is communication studies.
communication.
Yes, sir.
In public relations, we also deal with communication, you know.
Yeah, public relations is
Sorry, sir. In public relations, we also deal with communication.
of course.
My major worry is that your topic does not in any way locate you to the Department of Linguistics and Communication Studies or public relations that you have just said now. So that is the first challenge. We need to accommodate your area, accommodate what will show us that you are not somebody in sociology or somebody in old science, but you are doing a work in the faculty of humanities, in the Department of Linguistics and Communication Studies, majoring in public relations. So we need to infuse it somewhere. So when the chairman is ready, I will make my suggestion and we'll look at it. I don't know, maybe you will see.
Okay, so what the topic is okay. It is supervisor here.
Oh,
Why is it supervisor?
chairman, sir.
Like what you collect them.
Say what? That you will have a meeting. There's nobody is here. Who is standing for?
Yeah. stand for that. I have to stand for that. The question.
Nobody is standing for you or for the supervisor. So the topic.
Bro, you heard what I said? Yes. I said the first challenge we have in the war is the topic. The topic does not locate the area and then what the researcher is going to bag is where the researcher is going to bag his degree from. It's looking like something in social science, so we need to accommodate communication somewhere. But what I think the researcher is looking at the poor communication mechanisms used by INEC to advance voters' education and thereby encourage political participation by the mass. I don't know if what I said is near what I do. So if you don't mind, you can put, if it will work, you can just say Independent National Electoral Commission communication platforms for voter education and political participation.
The number.
Yes, we just put communication platforms because if you read the work, the researcher is trying to do a critique of the manner of communicating their message to the masses. That is why that there are a lot of loopholes, voter apathy, poor voting style, a lot of void votes and all the rest. So I think the scholar is feeling that if there is proper voter education, but it's dealing with communication, not just general voter education. The platforms.
The voter education. Is it not part of
Yes. Voter education can be done in anywhere.
Representative of the
Supervisor, you.
Yes, I'm with you.
So if you can infuse communication platforms, that's after the before voter communication platforms for the voter education.
Okay. So they should infuse the communication platform.
That's after electoral commission. We put communication platforms for voter
let's suggest it.
independent national electoral commission communication platforms for voter education and political.
What do you think? What do you think? That's what they say. Platform. It becomes something else.
No, but you're looking at channels of communication.
Not only that, also that the messages of how voters and what adhere to what is going on.
It's basically
Understanding is there. Yeah. Understanding is also there. The media use is also there. Then, if you go further, you get to talk about the Electoral Act. How has kind of been able to make people aware of the Electoral Act?
So can it be a communication strategy? Can it be communication strategy?
Strategy, yes.
Communication strategy.
I said an evaluation of communication strategies used by INEC in communicating voters' education and yes, we have to.
We can
We
rephrase.
can rephrase it.
But let the idea remain.
Yes, let the idea.
So we just put
An
replace
evaluation of communication
platforms with strategy.
strategy, communication strategy.
Let's have the lead. Independent National Electoral Commission
Communication strategy
strategy.
and voter.
Don't think the
Go ahead.
commissions, communication strategy. Apostrophe exclamations.
Communication strategies.
Yeah.
Okay, communication strategy.
In voter education.
And political participation.
And the president.
This one can be captured in
In South
the
Nigeria.
so that it will be short.
Let's give it to him again. Let's give it to him again.
Independent
national electoral commission's communication strategies.
That evaluation should be there. An evaluation. Don't you think we can consider it?
Is implied. What else will be due? You will evaluate it. Okay. Independent National Electoral Commission's communication strategies and political participation. No. Vote and voter education.
Voters education.
No, that is the communication. That is the communication. That one is bring it
Say it again.
Come again.
Independent.
Voter education is very
It's very important. Independent National Electoral Commission communication strategies for voter education and political participation.
I think it's okay.
in the south side.
No, you can remove logo.
That can be captured under you have to
Scope can handle that. It will work. That is so that the topic will not be too long. No, remember my framing.
remove among residents.
Remove among residents.
Just say it's south.
Who is in the system? Can't you type? Okay, so let me take it again. Okay, let me take it again. Independent National Electoral Commission's communication strategies for voter education and political participation in the South Nigeria.
You count it, brother. How many words?
It will enter.
So it's okay, it's the way it is. It's not that long. Look at it.
What about the year?
Yeah, we'll see it
2019.
there.
How many?
The one is so
The year will still be there. The years will still be there.
that's the brand. It's the parenthesis.
You don't put the year and it's captured in the scope. Will it work?
No, put the year.
So the year is important.
Already it's in parenthesis. It can be parenthesized aside. It's already like this.
It's in
So
brackets.
leave it.
Don't count it.
Okay, so we move PhD. Following, yes.
And then let me ask, did you get a new number, T217 for full time? How many years? Did you go to what is the have a new number? But it's not there. But they are going to give you.
Try and get it.
Okay, get it.
Before you stand up.
Get it before you go to the school. Check your fulfillment. One L for fulfillment.
Communication studies.
One L for fulfillment. Just delete the one. Use only one L for fulfillment.
Department of Linguistics. Not linguistic. Linguistics. And communication
I want
studies.
to write it 6.
PH is small letter.
Then December 2024.
Partial fulfillment.
Yes. Remove the S, partial fulfillment.
Move the S of fulfillment. Move the S of fulfillment and move one L. Just take
Yes.
it.
Then also on that same line, PhD. Small H.
More head for PhD and no dots, no full stop anywhere. You can go with PhD, no full stop, but small head. Are you seeing that? Yes, sir. And then take note that you presented finally in December, not in November.
Abstract. So in line with the restructuring of the topic, yes, allow it to flow. Restructure that in. The aim now will be your topic, your new topic as given to you. It's not even new, it's a reformulation. Let's look at the content of the abstract, please.
You will need to rework.
Okay, so rework the abstract.
Major, some of the sentences are not enough.
Okay. Background.
I did not say that.
Background.
Work everything. Background is same problem.
No problem.
You have to proofread this work by yourself. Don't leave it for the practice.
Is your motivation there? What's the motivation? Include if it's not there.
It's not there.
Okay, so include the statement of the problem. Remember they are bullet points, not as if you are building blocks or something. They are not building blocks. They are dots, black dots, bullet dots.
Did you get that?
Statement of the problem. As you move on, it's becoming word point now. You're page 6, bullet number 2. Maybe it's from your front size or so. But there should be bullet points, 2 lines, 2 line sentence will be fine. Statement of the problem. Aim and objectives.
Statement of the problem to be worked on.
Okay, reward.
Your very first sentence. I'll give you your work. Your
Okay,
very sentence.
that's the main work.
First sentence, yes. Very
Okay, so you collect your corrections from there. Let's move on. Aim and objectives. The objectives are so you restructure your aim in line with what the formulation we have given. The objective are to, once you are saying are to column, that thing will be in small letter. Ascertain, identify, find out.
That's what I have to write down. This one is anchored on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You should write the aim. Such questions must be aligned to the objectives. Are they aligned? Must be aligned to the objectives. Correct? Significance of the study.
You follow the format.
Yes, that is conceptual framework under literature review. And literature review, that arrow should be in initial cap, not small letter. Main heading, literature review. Overview of further education, what does that imply? Is it a theoretical framework? I mean conceptual framework?
It's a concept.
You should have conceptual framework.
As a subheading.
No.
What concept are you defining there? Better education. You can have it as a subheading under conceptual framework. As a subheading. Better education as a subheading under conceptual framework. Okay. Then what about these definitions of these concepts? Are they from your head? From works? So, no sources. Acknowledge the sources. Acknowledge those sources there. Then theoretical framework. Capital F. Theoretical framework. Literature review continue. Capital R. So theoretical framework. What are the theory? Democratic participation. No proponent. Who is the proponent of that theory? Huh? Who is the proponent? Is it in your work? Your main work?
No, it's not. The format manual.
The proponent of this
You
theory.
don't have the proponent. Who is
Tell us
there? Where you are
there?
Is here. The title is here, but I have the same challenge. No proponent, no review. That is coming from his head. He's a doctor. He's a doctor. He's the owner.
Agenda setting theory, all those theories. Add them up. The sources. And tell us who the proponents are. Symbolic interactionism theory. All of them. And give sources. All those bullet points you have. No source. No source. Please back them with sources. Empirical review.
First bullet point, is that a complete sentence? Meaning to say, have you assessed voter education or what? The very first bullet point. The next bullet point is simply focus on voters' perception and effectiveness of voter education. What does that mean? These are just hanging sentences.
Sentences are hanging. Qualify them. Tell us what they have done in that
Is it
war.
the same person you're talking about? If it's the same person, you don't need all those bullet points.
Just tell us one bullet point.
One
Tell us the
bullet
person.
point, tell
What
us
they have
what the
said.
person did. One bullet point, tell us what the next one.
How many literature did you read? Empirical review. How many did you review? Because it's just one person that's here.
Two.
Or two.
Code and review.
Where is the code?
The next page, page 15.
Nobody knew what
Okay. Okay, there
So
are more
should
there.
have done, he can include.
And what is just the citations?
Okay, citations and
That's
sources.
it.
Back them with sources. Huh? Summary of literature review. So gap.
So what's the gap? What gap did you identify?
Is there? Huh?
What gap?
What is that?
No gap now, you should put gap. It's not here.
I can see gap there on that, but it's not. Is it on page 16? Is that even that be a gap?
The last
Yes.
bullet point.
Studies on focus. Studies with focus on South region regarding independent National Electoral Commission voter education and political participation seems unavailable. Hence, unavailable. What do you mean by that?
If they are not available or there's paucity of literature on that or what?
But on a general note,
Yes.
what the candidates will do is, now that we have agreed on the structured topic, even in his review, there are no communication theories reviewed. Meanwhile, that is his core area. Even the public relations you are talking about, you even do a review on it. You are more interested in the activities of INEC. You are just interested, I don't know whether you have contested an election before, because you are so worried about how INEC is doing it. Rather than looking at your area, what you are doing a critique of voters' education. As somebody in public relations, as somebody in communication, you want to tell them that do this thing well so that people will respond positively. You are not interested in how INEC is doing their work, whether their vote people are doing, whether they are mutilating results or not, or they are not voting. Your own is the instrument of public relations, giving information to the people. And you cannot do this kind of work without giving respect to your field. Your primary field is communications, and your secondary field is public relations. So these two areas, the moment you do this work, the review you have done, you neglected them. You're not talking about everything about INEC. So that is a major thing you need to. Even the theory, the theoretical framework you are applying may not even work, because you need a communication theory that will be tied to the one you already have here to be able to work. If you just talk about issues about democratic participatory theory, that's not your primary interest. Your primary interest, how have you been able to communicate to the masses to align with what you want them to do? I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. So it's not about some of the theories you are quoting here. Because you have done it, I won't tell you to throw them away. But you need to domesticate the work so that the work will have the relevance that this work is aimed at. Very, very important. Good, that your area, public relations, because that's what the work is looking at. How do you communicate to people to do well?
Okay. Noted. Noted. You're not answering. Okay. Methodology. Okay. Summary of literature review and gap. Okay, the gap. That's where we are now. So yes. So You have the main work.
Yes.
Okay, you get the main work from him. Let's move on. Methodology. Methodology.
So this is sample and sampling.
Sample and sampling techniques. That's the goal.
17.
Yeah, it's not sample size. It's 17. Sample and sampling techniques.
Research design.
Research design, not spreadsheet design.
When you work, you have research design. Yeah.
Any other thing under methodology?
Then the research design. You know the specific.
Results and discussions. Table. The table remove the linings. The linings under the table. Huh? All of them. Result and discussion.
So to take you back a bit on page 20, validity stroke reliability of instruments. You merge them. You don't have different sections.
Validity. Where is that? Page
20.
20. So merge the two. Results and discussion. The D there should be capital, initial cap. Results and discussion. Continue. All of that. Summary, conclusion, and recommendation should be just in one. Reduce the front size. It should be in one straight line. Recommendations S. Summary of findings. Initial cap, findings F, capital F. Let's look at the summary of findings. Conclusion. Based on the findings of the study, it was concluded that sentence. It was concluded that page 38.
And that book, after study, it gets after that. All of us are covered by the book, we did our work.
Have you seen it? That's now almost like a word point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And your font size, they are not consistent with the font size as well. Look at the next font size. It's not the same font size. Page 39 is not the same font size. Recommendations. Contributions to knowledge. So what's the contribution?
What is the contribution of that? It has been able to reveal the barriers to any communication issues. Okay. Chairman, on a general note, if you look at the work, your input is 30%. You did 146 pages. That's your work. Only 33 pages center on your major work. Meaning your chapter 4, that is the core of your research, is just 33 pages. Meanwhile, from chapters 1 to chapter 3, which is something you are going to get idea from others, they carry the remaining pages. You understand? So it is important that the analysis should be more than the journey you are coming into. You can't do a research in an area and then your main work where people will reference you, you say that this is the original idea. is so few in terms of pages, but where you are coming from, very huge. You understand? So you have 33 pages only for a work that is 148 pages. Then you must be careful with the issue of plagiarism. I have not done plagiarism on this work, but the way you reference your sources is very confusing. You can't even say when you are actually referencing somebody or when you are saying something from your own idea. You need to, it has to be specific. That's why there is in-text citation. You must properly do it so that I will know that this idea belongs to John, it's not your own. But if you look at your work, you are very smart in doing it. Just put with the APA escapist route, just use it 2002, just write 4 pages, you put another one 2005, just like that. You need to look at that. Then the question I want to ask you, this your work, are you sure you have balanced the facts? Because it is obvious that when we set out to do a work, we're already biased, no doubt. But even at that, you must be able to place things side by side. Some of the things you're saying about INEC is not true. I can tell you that. INEC's voter education is very solid. It's just that people are not utilizing it. The parties who do voter education, the parties themselves, that's the political parties, even their followers, they will be sensitizing people on how to vote. And they can, in fact, it's not just INEC. Sometimes they even use the deaf, I don't know how you call it, non-verbal communication method to even communicate. Sign language is used. If you go to NTA, if you want to know about INEC voters education, watch NTA, you see it well. They take their time to analyze. So when you're doing this work, you must be conscious of these facts before you give the impression that, because what I saw from your work is that INEC is not doing anything. The way they do their voter education is why people are doing invalid votes. Somebody can educate you and you're still not willing to learn. Some of the people who go there and do void vote, some of them do it deliberately. They don't want to vote anybody, they force me to vote, just cancel everything and throw it away. There are factors, all those factors should be well considered. So it will not look as if INEC is not doing it. They're doing it. But your interest is the communication strategies that you're looking at. You want them to improve on it, and the areas where they've not done well, you have to mention it. Then above all, you are still giving us the impression that this work is on INEC alone. This work is in communication. And because it's in communication, let us see communication speaking here rather than INEC. And you are so passionate. Have you contested for an election before recently? Between 2019? You make me feel like if you are obedient. That's on the lighter note. So please look at these facts. Very, very important.
So, where are we? Contribution to knowledge. Yes, contribution to knowledge. Yes.
And you contribute to knowledge well if you can tie 2 areas.
Okay.
So the work is also pioneer work to sensitize people. One of the major contributions is that you have documented a process for communication strategies that are necessary or that will be useful to INEC regarding voters education.
And the way you are going to say it will imply that you have done a good job. You have added something to scholarship. Say it well so that it becomes a novelty. So with that, we will leave you. I'll allow you to go.
Very fast.
We shall be able to do it in less than 10 minutes. Being a scholar. So no problem, yes. We won't allow you to take a bow.
Not seen it for that.
Because we allow you, it's an appointment, we allow you to take a bow.
Panel members, professors here present, distinguished lecturers here present, and fellow students. The title of my thesis, or rather seminar, this afternoon is Newspaper Framing and South Nigerian Media's Perception of Gender-Based Violence during COVID-19 pandemic, March 2020 to March 2021. Okay, before us is an abstract. I started with the background. Now, with the background, I gave an overview of gender-based violence. In some cases, we hear about violence against women. So this is another terminology which can also go for it. So this background saw GBV as a widespread issue affecting millions of women and girls globally. Available data indicate that 1 in every 3 women experience one form of GBV. And in this background, we see GBV as a grave human rights violation with long-term impacts on survivors, including life-threatening injuries, severe psychological trauma, and in some cases, it results in death. Now, this issue about GBV, let me be fair to the men folk. It's not only women that are violated. Men are also violated. Yes, they are violated. There are cases that are cited where women have violated men. In Rivers State, there was a case of a woman who beat up the wife, a woman who beat up the husband because she could not provide for the family during the lockdown. Another one carried, implements and wounded the husband over the domestic disputes. So what we are saying is that it's not as if it's only women that suffer from this. So that we don't go into arguments. They also suffer. But what we are trying to say is that despite this presupposition, women are more likely to exhibit low level of violent acts than men do. We will not argue that. We see that today in Boko Haram, where women are kidnapped. We are all aware of the one of Chibok. They use them as base. We also see today in ritual killing, where boyfriends kill their girlfriends. Sorry, where boys kill their girlfriends and use them for ritual. And we tag them Yahoo plus, Yahoo plus, or something like that. So we also see them in cases of rape. Women are raped. Even some wives are raped. All these are, aspects of violence or gender-based violence. And again, why we shout, why we talk about gender-based violence? It's not as if they are not normal. And by the way, it's not only in Nigeria, it's not only in our society, it's global. So then why are we particular about this case of violence against women or gender-based violence? It is because this kind of violence is one meted on somebody on the basis of sex, meted on women, meted on girls on the basis of sex. What do I mean? Maybe in institutions like this, you want to have promotion, or maybe students. A girl, others will sort, maybe the boys will sort. But this girl, they have to sleep with a woman. That is violence on the basis of. I'm not talking about the one that will voluntarily, the one who will say, okay, please, I want this grade, give me. It's different. But the one that qualifies as GBV is the one you are using it against her on the basis of her sex because she's a woman, because she's a girl. So now, it's an unfortunate situation
And it's not new because we have written on it. Why? What gave the background? What motivated this work was during the COVID, there seemed to be a spike in newspaper reports. There are many reports. And I don't know if people listening or were reading through this. I said there were many cases. In fact, I cited some cases. For example, you have a case of rape of a 16-year-old girl raped by a 32-year-old man in Delta State. That was from May 25, 2020. We also have another case of incest. We have a father, 45-year-old man, raped his daughter 13 years within that period. And that one happened in Akwa Ibom. Also, again, there were cases of forced marriage by government, non-governmental organizations, civil society to stem the tide in GDP in the country, in fact, all over the world. The pandemic is as if it now and motivated all aspects of this society. And then in framing, we now want to know the perception of newspaper readers during this period of how the select newspapers handle this case or framed the stories. By the way, what are the select newspapers? I looked at newspapers published, that have background, South background, just as the residents. I have Guardian there, I have the Punch, I have the Vanguard, the Nation, as the ones we investigated. So, because of all this, it actually became a problem. It actually became a social problem. And that gave rise to this by way of talking about the statement of the problem. There is a cap. The cap now is that though there have been cases, people have been writing, but no one had actually investigated what happened, how newspapers framed GBV issues during COVID in the South. So that was actually the problem of this study. Then we go to the aim. The general aim, of course, is the content. We want to know how newspapers, the newspapers have mentioned under investigation, how they were able to frame. Now, what do you mean by framing? When you frame something, even if you are taking a picture, you say, please, cut my leg or cut here. Those parts you want, if you want to emphasize, or please get my leg, it means you want to emphasize your leg. So framing is a part of the story. GB story, you want to be emphasized, you want it to be emphasized. So we are looking at these newspapers in framing GB stories. Which parts? How did they go? And how did it affect the perception of the residents, especially newspaper readers in South? So we have as our objectives, one, to examine the frequency or regularity of news reports. That's how frequent or how regular their news report on GBV during this period. Again, we want to know the prominence of such reports. Prominence and then apart from prominence, we want to know how the predominant frame, which of the frames, because we look at the framing patterns, we want to know the predominant frame used. They will also want to evaluate the depth or quality of coverage. There are the issues covered. They want to ascertain the level of awareness of South newspaper readers about GBV cases. We also want to know about the rhetorical devices used in the select newspapers. Again, or finally, we want to investigate South newspaper readers' perception of newspaper framing. So, the significance of this study, what is the significance? Of course, we know that it will help in journalism practice, it will help researchers, it will help government and policy makers, non-governmental organizations and civil societies, health professionals, and then the public. Then, in terms of scope, in terms of context scope, I've said this several times, we are considering the framing of GBV stories within that period. Then, geographically, the geographical scope, we are talking of South Nigeria. South consists of 6 geographical regions. You know them, why don't I know that? Then, we also talk of the temporal scope. The temporal scope is important to this. We have March 2020 to March 2021. Then it was purposely selected because that was the peak. All right. So, I review literature. Literature is 3 papers. Then before us, we have the conceptual review first. We have a theoretical review. Three theories we are used. We have the mutual group theory, social responsibility theory. We have the perception theory, and then the gender theory. Then schema theory. Then the summary of the gap. I've said it. The gap in literature that this work, sought to fill. We have gap in time of study, time for during COVID. We have gap in locale, south. We have also gap in methodology because when I reviewed, I saw that the method I used they were more better. Then talking of sample, the population. In fact, I used two research designs. One for the content analysis and the other one for survey. For the content analysis, I have the population of 1,824 issues. Population here for content refers to newspapers published. Then I also have for the survey. And to get the sample size, I used for the survey Leslie Kish determinant table to get 385 respondents. Then for the survey, I used Fresher and Morgan's table to get 384. Then the instruments are validated, and by the way, the instruments I use coding sheets and then interviews. Now, the findings. The tables are there. The findings.
We'll stop you. Let's go back. You can see that you're already doing it well. So, I will not subject you to some of the corrections. I will not point them out to you. We'll give it to you through the person that writes your name. And the corrections we have, we'll also hand them over to you. So we'll tell you to hit the bar. And we're asking her to take a bow, not because she's a professor. Our work from the presentation. Those are the kinds of things we want to see our students do.
Your students, professors.
They should come professors.
They should come from the professor. They should learn from what she has done now and give it to us that way. So I wouldn't waste much of your time. By the time you come in here to defend, that's the part of the learning process. You learn. If some of you that are not defending were here now, you have been learning from her. But they are not here. You only come here when you want to defend. It's not right. It's like even a professor, you don't know it all. Nobody is an encyclopedia of knowledge. It's only God that knows everything. So let's be involved in the learning process. You can see that even she now has presented last corrections for her. Or will not stay here and be taking those corrections to her. You hand them over to her and she knows what to do. Then we'll give her the corrections. Please. Let's do the right thing.
You're ready? Sullivan.
Yes,
Sullivan. Next person, Sullivan.
We have teaching other professors and my fellow students. My name is Sullivan Kalakimo. I'm here to present a work titled Ecological Policy in Local Land Health. Its relevance. He's coming on his way. I thought he was here here.
We don't know whether he was here or not.
No, he has been here.
He's not here at the moment.
No, he's on his way. I thought he-
Wait. It's not being on the way. There's a difference between being on the way. You might be in my train telling you.
No, he has been here. He has been here.
But it's not here now. I'm not stepping you down.
He's on his way.
Oba is here. Let's have the representatives. Oba is standing in for you. So let's go.
I'm here to present a thesis titled Ecoholism in Agricultural Land Ethics and its relevance to environmental sustainability in Nigeria. The fact that Nigeria is riddled with environmental infraction is not a secret. For instance, we have deforestation and desertification. We also have biodiversity loss. We also have global warming as it's affecting Nigeria. We also have flooding, and then what is it called? Flooding and the rest of them. Recently, we saw a serious flooding in Borno State when Al-Wadan collapsed and released a jet of water that swept through the streets of Borno State, Meduguri. It drew along with it houses, culverts, vehicles, trees, and even asphalt overlay roads, and a lot more of other things. Here in the Niger Delta region, if you go to the mangrove, you will see a mangrove vegetation coming down to the ground as far as the eye can see. And then in some instances, you will see a kilometer radius from the defective oil installation, oil spillage that form the canopy over the wet, marshy mangrove swamp. These are the events that motivated this war. When you take a dispassionate look at it, it is traceable to the problem of greed, a problem of poor philosophy of value, and also the problem of not actually understanding the workings of nature. These are the problems. And then the aim of this research is to critically examine the concept of Adeloko's ecoholism concept and its relevance to environmental sustainability in Nigeria. One of the objectives is to highlight the environmental realities of the moment in Nigeria today that need critical ethical response to avert further degradation. The method is a qualitative method of lateral research and textual analysis, while the significance can be looked at in two perspectives. Theoretically, this work is actually meant to enable us to use the interdependence in European ecoholism for establishing sustainable environment in Nigeria. While practically, it will enable us, this work will enable us to stay away from the pitfalls of having to focus on one strand of the environment that is human at the expense of other strands of the environment. And then, the authors were randomly selected to run the literature review. At the end of the day, we discovered that they did not propose use of European ecoholism as a theoretical framework to enhancing environmental sustainability in Nigeria. And again, they did not tell us that there was some form of ecofascism and environmental genocide. The ecoholism. In land ethics, Leo would argue that the extension of ethics, which started from man and fellow man, was extended to man and societal organizations. That we should find it no difficult, we shouldn't find it difficult to extend it to include land and everything that subsists in the land. That because that is the process of ecological evolution of nature, it is necessary that it must go that way. And then secondly, we said that all ethics on one premise, that man is a member of a community of interdependent and interrelated parts, where his instinct always prompting him to fight for his share of the commonwealth of the community, but his ethics also prompt him to cooperate with others so that there may be a place to continue to fight for your survival. Yeah. Now, after several years, we still discover that land is still regarded like audacious slavery whose disposal is not a matter of moral, it's a matter of expediency, and which is very bad. Now, I want to say that even though nature has a self-regulating, self-reproductive, self-feeding, and a lot more of other capacities, these capacities can be stretched beyond this elastic limit. And when that happens, it will snap. For example, part of the Sahel region in the north that you see to be are thick forested areas. But what happened? The activities of men deforested these places to a point where the vegetation cannot grow back to where it was before it went. That is because when you deforest an area, after 5 years, it will lose 50% of its fertility capacity, which will make it very impossible for it to go back to grow its original forest. And then instead of that, it will continue to slide from forestation to desertification to sand dune and the rest of them. Instead of going back to reforestation, it will slide further to desertification and sand dune. God knows what will come next. And then in the watershed, by watershed I mean marine ecosystem. Take Chica's Creek, for instance. In Chica's Creek, it's on the phytoplanktons that were actually producing the oyster at the surface of the field. But when the level of production could not keep pace with harvest, the oysters began to vanish until at some point vanished completely, and then the water began to change color and began to steam. Upon investigation, it was discovered that it was the oyster reefs that were actually filtering the entire volume of the water once in every 3 days. Now that they are gone, there is nothing more to filter the water. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that when you do not treat the environment very well, it will slide, it will lose its productive capacity and slide to waste. Now, in conclusion, I want to say that the notion of I makes no sense from the premium ecological processes placed on interdependence, which are often provide us the communitarian moral obligation over and above self-interest. My recommendation is that a national agency for wildlife, wilderness, and agency should be established by the Act of National Assembly, and they should be saddled with the responsibility to design and develop a environmental sustainable development policy template and its implementation model. And then an armed marshal should also be established with the responsibility to arrest and prosecute those who for whatever reason may work against the interest of the. Thank you.
Okay.
Nice presentation. Very, very nice presentation. Okay.
I like the topic.
We need hot. People will structure this topic. We need loopholes, land ethics, and environmental sustainability. But I think the ecological tourism is also an aspect of our loopholes and land ethics. It's a theory. Anyone has a theory. Yeah, what I said. We cannot discuss loopholes, land ethics. That's talking about environmental. So if you just say the loopholes, land ethics, and environmental sustainability in Nigeria, why not are the loopholes ecological ability? That is, land ethics is almost, you can hear it everywhere. So let him hit that eco-holism, which is what he's writing on, instead of that.
Leopold must have talked about other things. I think bringing that particular aspect in which we want to emphasize.
Well, that would have been useful.
Because
no, the worry is it's relevant to Nigeria.
It's very broad. land ethics is very broad. So it's trying to focus on that concept or theory of ecological holism.
That's what I was saying. There is no way he will even discuss ecological holism without even talking about land ethics inside, because it's land ethics that leads to the general one is the land ethics. Then the part from is the subgroup of that land ethics is the ecological holism. That's my thinking. Because whichever way you look at it, sorry, the worry is the second phase. They write that to your premise. That's where I have the problem. Because it's relevant, doesn't sound well.
I'm even thinking we can even remove that colon and still have the relevance. Then maybe the relevance of our reports.
Holism.
No, okay, so I said the relevance of ecological holism in our Leopold's.
No. The relevance you're talking about is applying eco-holism to Nigeria. That's the relevance you're looking at.
This is applied ethics. So you have to discuss the concept first.
The concept first and the philosophy.
Yeah, before you begin
Application. So the topic must be its relevance.
Yes.
What if you have something like, assuming now that we remove that it's relevant, and we are looking at ecological holism in our Leopold's land ethics and environmental sustainability in Nigeria, will it still not work? It means how?
What he's trying to say is that having examined that theory or the concept, that there is something relevant we can extract from his views.
If not, what else? Why will we apply it in Nigerian society if it is not relevant?
So he's trying to highlight, because normally in philosophy we define our concepts clearly. How to define and make sure that whatever you're bringing out has relevance. You know,
what
the systems.
I give another one instead of relevance.
So that relevance is something you can't.
If I apply a theory to a particular concept, is it not because that theory is relevant to that concept that I'm applying? Of course, it's given, it's implied, yes. So what I'm saying, you don't necessarily need to say it's relevant, because it sounds like a seminar paper topic. You feel it's too primary. It's primary for a PhD work. The topic should. So which word can we now put there? No, I'm even worried about its relevance.
I think we can remove the colon. We can remove the colon and the its, and then insert and.
That's what I think. And relevance. No. And what? And environmental.
Ecological holism in our local land ethics and environmental sustainability in Nigeria. Yes, after the ethics, we just say and environmental sustainability in Nigeria. It will make it sharper. Because the relevance is implied in the environmental sustainability.
So I think the new formulation is better. You can still discuss the relevance within the context of environmental sustainability. You don't need to push it into the topic.
So,
implied in the work.
I will give you
it's better caption that way, even. Because from the onset, somebody will imagine what are you trying to do. By the time you reach the work, you now see the relevant, you are talking about the relevant. But it's not captured in the topic, which is beautiful. The formulation is better now.
Ecological holism in our development land ethics and environmental sustainability in Nigeria. I'm going to
Excellent. Very excellent. Any other thing in that page?
Take note of
the other things are things you can handle.
no, but take note of it now. Yeah, BA, MA, no need for the full stop, just little things. And then double 1L for and create space between T and V in TV organ. The way you created for E, you need to do just those little about that. And you can come and pick this to after.
You should correct it on the work.
If you have a network,
It says its relevance to environment sustainable in
you see that it's part of the things we are talking about. You are not painstaking. You have a different topic. Your PowerPoint has a different topic. Why?
This is the topic.
That's the topic.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not what is the new work. It's not what that you correct. You know you are going to correct it. But you shouldn't have allowed it to happen in the first place.
Prioritize.
Allow it to happen. At this level, there is a degree in which your correction should be minimized. It shows rigorous painstaking, ability to have room for details. And don't read anything and let go and say, yes, I have read it. Read in between the lines and correct those things. Okay, abstract.
We will leave the instruction.
Abstract, it is structured. This thing as well. Any other thing right in the abstract, rework, right? Rework your abstract in line as I just said. Anything, any missing link in the abstract, any element that's missing.
What is confrontative? What? Confrontative.
Confronting Nigeria. What does it
Confronting.
It's what we confront.
Confronting.
I should write it as confronting.
Thank you.
I'm wondering whether now the it's not
Go there.
Why are you putting sources in your abstract? See a new style.
It's already the work into the policies.
Eh?
So it's very different.
According to Leopold,
Not
18
protect anywhere.
is right when it tends to present.
Right. So don't need that.
Is he around?
Don't cite anybody can do that. If I hear what they are,
So you want the abstract. Let's go. Background to the study.
Background is reading like the definition of items. We have deforestation, desertification, global warming. We're defining all of them. It's not fluent. You do the work. And at the end, I like how it ended it. That this research is being motivated by these events.
In your background,
And those events.
can I see
Events.
Can I see Adolf Leopold? Ecological policy in the corporate. It's not there. In your background.
include local, even if you are outside.
But the later part of it.
In this one.
This is what we are having now. We give us a little background to what ecologism in Adolf Leopold is, planetics. Before the application, we are looking at the general, the specific. Move from the general to the specific. Situate it within that context. Then draw the inference down to Nigeria. So you began with Nigeria. The Nigerian environmental problem is dotted with several environmental implications, this includes blah blah blah. I have not seen here on page 3, nothing on Adolf Leopold. Background statement of the problem. Motivation is there, right? The motivation in your background.
Yes, at the end of it, it's at the end of it.
And under the background, you have the motivation.
Yes, I see this.
Okay, let's go. Statement of the problem. Yes.
First point, but not the topic. This work seeks to address problems of merciless exploitation. And the way you qualify your works, the very second point, I don't think if you need this kind of construction, sentence construction, the audacious care says that can have. I don't think you need that. You don't need all those your informal communication ideas, colloquial or roadside, gutter night. You don't need it. Let it just be academic.
So,
About the girl. And why must it be a girl? You have been a boy.
And that period, fetish and extended to slave years. So they were seen as property rather than as human beings. Who said it? That's what people say. Where? In the book. Is this still working now? No, it's still working now. Yeah, of course, it's still working now.
Please, so state the problem clearly and precisely.
Excuse me, Prof. I noticed that the problem, you're taking the idea of problem also literally. And yes, it shouldn't be like wahala. Because that's what you're doing. It's problem of research. What is it you don't know about this? So you want to find out something, not necessarily that there's a problem, there's flaw there. You want to research flaw there.
No, it could also be wahala. Let's not confuse these students. I'm not saying because he's a philosopher or a philosopher. I remember Asaf always say this thing, saying. But if a student is working is doing a research, and that research, that problem seems to also be wahala. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's if you are trying to find out how to address the wahala. Not that there is a wahala.
In the process of you doing research, I couldn't get my research. How can this your research solve that wahala? That is because this your research is meant to solve the problem.
It's an attempt to. You're not sure. No, you're not sure to solve it. You're not sure to solve it. It's in the course of doing that research that you lack.
It's actually a critical.
Okay, no, it can always be.
No proposal.
Do you know, I actually picked that from that professor. And I went back to look at it critically. I told myself, I've even been having the wrong idea about research. But personally, I've been thinking it's like
social problem.
Yes, I read around it. It must not be wahala.
It must not be wahala.
It's a problem in research. But you know that wahala can constitute problem in research. But the idea he's using it here, it's like just a problem.
Literally, well. That's why I said I'm not defending him.
Let me ask one question.
Let
me ask one question. Let me ask one question. From what's it called now? From mainland to Lekki, nobody could go across. And someone decides that what can help us in this matter could be to build a bridge across or use chopper. Did the person solve the problem? Is it a research?
It
is research. That's the wahala.
But when you want to frame it,
that's the
you will not frame it in that manner.
But in the layman's knowledge. In the layman's knowledge.
The statement of the problem in that area could be that the inability, the concept of
get across to this other side.
I've not been able to. No, but when you want to make it a research problem, you won't be putting it. Why? You'll be looking at the research implications.
It's not even a research problem if you know that constructing a bridge can actually lead somebody from mainland to island. It's not a problem. The solution is there. So the issue is now, how do we now go about to
that makes it a research? That is the research.
How do we go about that?
No. It becomes a problem when you don't even have an idea that there's anything like construction.
I'm not done with.
Somebody knows that there is nothing like this.
Okay, proposal.
No,
I like your statement of the problem is for Yes. Your statement of the problem, what I have here for you as a proposal, is more of lack of scholars and environmental sustainability experts to utilize the lessons from ecological holism in Aldo Leopold's land ethics. People have not been able to apply it to solve that issue, that problem that we are having, the problem of environment, the environmental problems, not the challenges of that is what you want to do. That's the character. How you want to apply it. That will now help you.
Okay, noted. Let's move on. Noted. Yes. Aim and objective.
I want to find out
The aim of this work is to critically, this critical, you don't need it. You are examining, that doesn't have to be critical. So what you need to do, you return to the topic and tie it. Are you understanding me? Yeah. Take the topic and tie it. The aim of this study is to, you go to the topic, is to evaluate ecological holism in agriculture, land ethics, and environmental sustainability in Nigeria. So we finish. Then to be sure if what I read here is correct. What do you mean by thoroughly and dispassionately examine? What does that mean?
You avoid
Some sort of
He's praising himself. You avoid that. You avoid self-praise.
No explanation, just remove that.
Anything that shows that you're on compost, please avoid.
And these two differences are simple.
Okay, let's look at the objectives again.
Very good. Examine.
Yes, sir. You know, every discipline has its own language.
Yes.
And when it comes to philosophy, we use the word critically examine. So, in philosophy, as the German could also testify, it's appropriate to use that word, critically examine or evaluate.
The word doesn't mean. But is that
That is what makes the word. Yes. So that is the language in which the philosophy.
So if you don't critically examine, it's not philosophy.
It's not philosophy.
Chairman,
the work on environment is multidisciplinary. Somebody from another discipline can also.
So now the issue is that when you are doing a research work for which you are going to be examined, it is expected of you to be humble. It gives the impression of pomposity, critically examining. Do you understand? So you are advised, no, on a very serious note, you are praising yourself, self-praise. Forget about your department. We have it as a course. But you don't use it because you are going to be, you don't know whom you are going to ask.
In fact, it's a method in philosophy. It's a method. Critical, analytical, it's a method.
It's okay, I'm not a philosopher.
Okay, let's look at the objectives. Let's look at his objectives and let's move on. Okay, we move on. Method of the study. We move on. Scope. Scope of the study. Significance. He has been attending, that's why you see. He has been coming to, he has been attending. Get back to your objective.
The last objective.
The last objective.
Says help Nigerians to imbibe ecological consciousness.
Yes. Help Nigerians to abide ecological consciousness.
And what is that an objective?
That objective.
So your objective is to help Nigerians to survive. That's what.
So look at it again. And remove that thing. Or refrain the structure of it. Get back to where we. Nigeria as a concept is necessary.
Which of them will I do is
There is no framework. theoretical framework. Organism, organism theory. By who?
You read law for it.
Yes, that's.
I didn't speak the law for yourself. Now, let's say education has a standard. Is there a standard of it? Is
Please correct it.
Spelling of theory.
maybe if your teacher. Please get the proponent and show you, supply you with materials.
Sustainability theory. Who is the proponent? No source. Page 11.
But you should know the problem.
Some people are arguing that no need to put.
Wait a moment. Are you defining the theory or are you telling us about the theory? But look at what you are saying. The term sustainability comes from the Latin word. Blah 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 blah.
Yes, it went on and then I added the person.
You are not to talk about the origin of that concept, of that word. You have to tell about the theory of that, the proponent of that theory, and tell us what it states according to that author.
Cite appropriately. No more.
You are not defining the concept. Sustainability theory. You are not defining it.
Take note.
So don't talk about the etymology of the word. This is your review. Okay. The results and discussion.
Manage every part of your results or discussion. I mean, after results and discussion, the first thing you have there is how the level and every. Is it part of the results?
So I'm kind of just looking at
I expect you to present your results first before discussing. It's why discussing that you bring in ideas or perspectives from beyond everything.
Are you taking the piece of the work? That's the center piece. That they call results and
Did
discussion.
you not discuss it with the theory?
Should be in chapter 3, right? It's in chapter 3.
So why is it taking it first again under discussion? Because we already have an idea of what the is all about. I expect that in chapter 4 you present your results before you now begin to discuss it with.
I still wanted to make a brief reference to it so that we can compare.
There will be no much need.
I think in chapter 3 is more of exposition. More of the central issues.
So nothing on the nothing on this local land ethic in chapter 3.
That's what it's going to do in chapter 3.
This is chapter 4, sir. Results and discussion.
Chapter 4. Chapter 4 is in our portion. That should be the implication. Chapter 4.
Why did not discuss those?
Chapter 3 we do the exposition. We do the exposition. Chapter 4 we talk about the implication.
Is it right to just start with this land ethic that you've already done an exposition in the preceding chapter?
So you have not done that.
He has not done anything.
Yes, you have not. This is the first time you're doing it. It's exposing the author. It's more like exposing the doctor in chapter 3. In chapter 4, you now talk about the implication, which is already part of this topic. Okay, so we move on. Summary, conclusion, recommendations. Next. Summary of findings. Conclusion. recommendations. Contributions to knowledge. Yeah, what are these Fernando? Better ways of saying it. Page 24.
Even 21. The last verse. That's where he use it. Even I no longer not separated.
Better ways of saying it now. We now know, bullet point, we now know, page 24. All of that. So whatever you are saying now is you. So say it in such a way that it becomes something new. It's an argument you are building, which you already built. So you take a departure to strengthen that argument. And but from us, what you are saying that this is you. This is what is giving you the PhD. So say it in such a way that you are contributing to knowledge. You are departing from other scholars. Say this is what the work has said. Not that we now know all that you are going to know all that. You know that thing. Okay, let's go.
So reference is stick to APA 7.
Thank you. Let's go. The next reference will be online. Yes, online.
All right.
We'll give them 10 minutes or lesser than that. Let them prepare summary.
Agent, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. You have 10 minutes to present your work.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Uzioma Ejiji, and my topic is representations of the post-colonial states in selected poetry of the Niger Delta. The Niger Delta is a region of socio-political conflict, and this is largely due to extensive oil exploitation that has taken place in the region. And so this dual burden of ecological destruction and socio-economic marginalization profoundly impacts the lives and the identities of the inhabitants of this region. So post-colonial states in the context of the Niger Delta refers to the geographical, cultural, and socio-political landscape that has emerged in the aftermath of colonial rule. It encompasses the physical terrain, the diverse cultural identities, the social dynamics that have evolved as a result of historical interactions with colonial powers, particularly the British. And so post-colonial space of the Niger Delta has been characterized by a struggle for autonomy. And so literary writers who hail from the Niger Delta have actively contributed to the exploration of post-colonial space through their works. And so this research aims to examine the representation of post-colonial space in 4 collections of poetry. They are Tanere Ojade's Delta Blues and Home Songs, Ogaga Ifogodo's The Oil Lamp, Obari Goma's Tales of the Mandu, and Abiego's Of Waters and the Wild. And this research adheres to postcolonial theory while it adopts Univar's postcolonial theoretical concept of third space. Now, postcolonial space in literature serves as a foundational step in understanding the dynamics that has unfolded within these narratives. And so, according to the scholar Palladino, postcolonial space is a landmark study which develops postcolonialism's intimate relationship with space. And another scholar, Terracin and Upstone, also said that postcolonial studies has always been spatial to some degree. And so what this means is that there's been a long-standing and mutually beneficial relationship between postcolonial studies and the field of human geography. And so that's why this research therefore adopts Humibaba's third space. And Humibaba's third space concept challenges traditional binary notions of identity and culture and emphasizes the fluid and hybrid nature of postcolonial subjectivities. So incorporating Baba's concept into this research allows us to examine how the representations of the space in the Niger Delta reflect the interplay of indigenous tradition and colonial legacies and issues of globalization that has happened. And so this research is significant in theory because it enriches post-colonial discourse and it provides new insights into the spatial dynamics of the post-colonial environment. In practice, it brings light to the socio-economic and environmental challenges faced by the Niger Delta. In the analysis, I analyzed the poem under 4 subtopics. The first topic is environmental despoliation and resistance. In this subtopic, I talked about how the destruction of the natural environment created a third space of conflict and resistance. I also examined the use of environmental imagery in the poem. The second topic in the chapter 4 is displacement and liminal space. Here, I talked about how the poetry reflected and portrayed physical and psychological displacement. I also identified issues of liminal spaces in the poetry. Liminal spaces are places that are neither fully traditional, nor fully or completely modern. The third topic was hybrid identities and cultural supremacy. In this topic, I highlighted how the poets created a hybrid space. I also investigated the blending of indigenous traditions and colonial and post-colonial tradition. And so this research contributes to postcolonial study discourse. It expands Baba's theory within the context of the Niger Delta, and it also provides an understanding of how hybrid and contested spaces are represented in literature, and then it contributes to environmental literature as well.
Thank you. There is an error you made actually. You were supposed to share your slide. Can you share your slide?
Oh.
Alright, share it, start from the beginning, the topic.
When it says start from the beginning, I think she's
done.
Let her know. Start.
You're not present again, please. Share your slide.
I don't have
this. All right, click on enable editing. Click on it. Can you see it? Up there.
No.
Look at it up. Why you have the yellow strand up there?
You have from your screen.
Okay, have you seen it there? You can see it. Yes, over there. Yes.
Okay.
Click, then go to slideshow. Yes, click on slideshow. Click on beginning. From beginning.
Yes, I've done that.
Alright, but it's not coming up.
Oh.
Share again. End the slideshow, start all over. Have you ended the slideshow? End the slideshow, start sharing again.
Well, I can't take this one here. Let's do the one. No, I can't do this.
It's okay. Go ahead. They will use the manual one here. They will use the one they have. Thank you. Prof.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we are good to go. Let's use the manual one.
Okay. Worship. Let's go on. That's the man. Okay, topic. Topic. Appropriate, right? Move on. Anything on that page? Okay, abstract. Abstract.
Are we together?
Abstract. Abstract. Are you listening?
Yes.
Yes. Who's your man? Okay, abstract. Abstract. Are you abstract now?
Okay, sir.
Yes. The abstract, when the poet's name appear for the first time, please put the name in full. Study enemies, the postgraduate space, interlude on the case.
In APA?
In every.
This is APA.
In APA.
This is APA. Remember, you are bound by a number of words.
No, for abstracts.
So this is APA.
APA now, it's primarily.
Okay, APA does not require, doesn't require it.
Does APA use citations?
No, you are using the word for the first time. The name for the first time.
This one is about mentioning the name of the author for the first time. And it's not going to, I don't know if any other point is mentioned here. In full.
Huh?
APA, surnames.
What about the initials? If we go by APA.
Surnames. You put initials in index citation.
It is the end, the bibliographic page, where you can insert the full details of the author.
So let's another thing then, the abstract thing. There's nothing to go on. Background to the story. Remember that these are bullet points. Change your arrow points to bullet points. To bullets.
Okay.
And your front size is bigger. Reduce the front size so that your bullet point does not appear as if it's your word point. You have the motivation in your work. Colleagues, is that the motivation? Is it the main work?
What? Say what?
The motivation.
The problem with the background in the main work is she has about 15 pages. 15 pages.
Of the background.
Yes.
How is that a problem?
It's a problem now, it's too much.
That's much.
For a page,
For a page work, it's too much.
For literature. Even if it's
Background to the study. In your department, you can write 20, there's no problem with it.
My background to my own work was over 20.
Even in graduate school, they will say the same thing. I'm saying it now. You're not contesting. I'm not contesting against you, my senior colleague. I'm telling you what it's obtainable now. I've been a committee member there.
so how many do they approve?
They approve about 7 or 8. Even 8, they tell you 8 is not too much.
Let's work with that.
Noted.
Let's work with that in your background.
Reduce it to about 7 or 8.
7 or 8 pages.
15 pages is too much.
Noted, those your man.
That's why I see the
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was very fine.
Give
it.
No problem.
Is the motivation there?
Including our scholars.
Me?
The motivation is in the main work.
Yes, it's here.
Okay, it's not here. Is it here? It's not in the, it's not in the PowerPoint. So you bring in your motivation. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Statement of the problem. Statement of the problem. It's okay. Yes. Aim and objectives. The objectives are to, every other thing will be in small letters. Examine, investigate, analyze. Put them in small letters. Okay?
Yes, sir. Noted.
You are doing very well, but I'm wondering how many times have you attended the seminar? I know you are abroad. Before you went abroad, how many times did you attend this seminar? Yeah, it's possible you could attend virtually. How many times did you attend?
So I've attended twice virtually.
Here, faculty or departmental?
Faculty, sir.
Okay. Okay. I can see the way I'm asking that. I can see you are doing it very well. So I'm wondering whether you have been attending. Okay. Significance. Okay. Yes. Scope.
Bullet points.
Know that all the things should be in bullet points, so not arrow points.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Scope. Colleagues. Scope. Okay. Literature review. Conceptual framework. Should not be in capital letter. That conceptual framework should be initial caps. Initial caps. It should not be the same font size with the literature review. So reduce the conceptual framework, the font size. So what are the concepts?
Third space and postcolonial space as a concept.
We can see postcolonial space. Which other one?
Third space. Fumi Baba's third space.
Third space. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But you put them as a subheading under conceptual framework. Postcolonial space. Highlight it.
Oh.
Under. Now go to the third space.
See literature review.
Okay.
Yes.
Subheading.
Subheading conceptual framework, but literature review continued. Literature review continued, not conceptual framework continued.
Okay.
Under the same heading they are under theoretical framework. Literature review continued. Then reduce the theoretical framework, the spacing. I mean the font size of theoretical framework. That's not the heading, it's a subheading under literature review continued. Okay? Are you with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am, sir.
Okay. So the main heading is literature review continued.
Okay, sir.
Still, it's under the same thing for empirical review. Bring it downwards to the left hand side. Bring it to the left side. But the main heading will be literature review continued.
Okay. Okay, sir.
So colleagues, empirical review. After that will be summary of literature reviews. So gap identification. Or gap summary of literature review. You have done that now. You have given a summary, but you didn't put it as a heading. Your first bullet point is a summary. That's the first bullet point you have, is a summary, but you didn't put it as a title, as a subheading. Summary of literature review slash noted.
Yes, sir, noted.
Methodology, colleagues. So methodology, okay. Move. Results and discussion. Results. S. Results.
Results.
Okay, sir. Results. Noted, sir.
So all of that will now be results and discussion continued. All the pages.
Okay.
Results and discussion continued. Then on your page, what? Page, is it page 20 or what? Page 19.
Yes, sir.
The main heading there is summary, conclusion, and recommendation.
Okay, sir.
Summary, conclusion, and recommendation. Recommendations. Then as a subheading under that, you have summary of findings. The work does not have, it does not have summary of findings.
Okay, sir.
But you have done it very well, just the title. The study reveals how blah blah, that's the summary of your finding. But put it well, summary of findings.
Noted, sir.
Okay. Conclusion, not conclusion and findings continued. Just conclusion. After summary of findings, the next thing will now be conclusion.
Okay, sir.
Then recommendations. You already have that one there. Then contributions to knowledge. Colleagues, I think the work is very good.
Yes, I read the main work. I was just telling you.
The work is very good. Congratulations.
The work is very good.
Yes, very good.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. But do all these corrections. You can also get your type corrections from us. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Is that how you chat me up on WhatsApp? I will send you the type corrections.
Yes, sir.
The type corrections, so that you can also couple with the ones you are taking note of.
Just something about
Thank you so much.
About the abstract.
One more thing, go back to your abstract. Get back to your abstract. Okay.
So I just wanted to confirm because I knew this before, but I said let me just go online and confirm. So for abstracts using the APA style sheet, the 7th edition, in-text citations are not allowed. All right. So for instance, where you have the study examines the representation of post-colonial space, it will have to be in Tanure, Jaides, Delta Blues, and Home. You know, you go on like that without the year of publication. All right, that is the APA style. And then you have something about Baba's post-colonial theoretical concept. You also remove that 1994 in various cases.
Okay. Noted, ma. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so we'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next candidate, share your video and share your slide. Who is the next? Omar. Omar here. 10 minutes to present. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
Unmute yourself. Your time starts now.
Click on the microphone before you there. That's how to unmute. I hope you can share a slide.
Your audio.
Click on your microphone.
We can't hear you. Click on your microphone, please.
Click on the speaker.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Let me unmute you from my end.
Click on the speaker. The mic.
Is it the one?
Hold on. Let me start. Is she the one? Yeah. Sharon. Sharon, right?
I can't get my big system.
All right, so you can go ahead and present now. Share your slide. Can you share your slide?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay, let me guide you on how to share your slide. Are you seeing the arrow up there which shows when you position your cursor there, it shows presentation, no, present now. Can you see an arrow?
Yes.
Okay, click on it. When you click on present now, it's opening. Click on it. Can you? It's open. Is it open? Okay.
The arrow is arrow.
Okay. Okay, don't bother yourself. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's just that it would have made it easier for us here. You can go ahead. She can hear you. She can hear
Member, this seminar committee, and my fellow students. My name is Sharon Omani. The title of my dissertation is Remain as a Technical Strategy in Selected African Women's Writings.
Hold on, put yourself in order. Just relax yourself.
Calm down.
Just calm down. Of course.
Yes.
Can I continue or should I try to share the slide?
No, don't bother yourself. Don't bother yourself.
Just take a deep
We're not
breath.
killing you here.
Take a deep breath, relax.
We wanted to see your beautiful face. 10 minutes. All right, go ahead now.
Okay, thank you, sir. Title of my dissertation is Revenge as a Technical Strategy in Selected African Women's Writing. This picture represents essential reality in is fiction. How it presents these things is called strategy. Now, this topic is all about how African women writers represent revenge. Modern African literature, starting from my Traverse scholar art, has gained immense popularity and women have contributed immensely to this group. Women like Zeus of Color, Amataibo, Flora Wapa. These early writers were concerned with the subjugation of women. They used their work to present the way women were treated as objects and how cultural practices did not favor women, and they were not able to do anything about it. More like they enhanced their time. In works of the Cheme Total and something that I carry in my thoughts of motherhood and silver, some of these numerous works. Interestingly, these things are still explored in contemporary times. However,
New things are beginning to emerge to capture the African woman's agency. One of such notable things is the one we seek to explore, that of revenge, as it has not been given much. Is it this one? There is something up here that's not going out. There is something that says, can't share your screen.
Go on, present your
work. Select
Go ahead with your presentation. Hold on. Just go ahead with your presentation. Don't bother about it. Don't stop sharing your screen. Go ahead with your presentation.
Alright. Much attention has not been given to topic of revenge as a feminist strategy using these African women's writings. So we seek to bridge this gap by doing so using our ex-feminist guys by the Nile, Amanda goes beyond the horizon, Chimamanda Adichie's Copy My Discourse, Angela Makova's The Black Widow Society, and Yesterday Pilato Possessing Butterflies. The aim of the study is to explore revenge as a feminist strategy in the numbers we are using. Okay. To examine the objectives of the study are to examine the representation of African female subalternity and cultural voicelessness as underlying ideological norms that engender female abuse and denial of agency in the selected levels. To explore the connection between abuse and trauma as possible as a revenge, as represented in the selected levels. The third one is to explore revenge as a situation of resistance, challenging and reshaping traditional gender dynamics, and contributing to a more equitable and empowered portrayal of women and the implementation of agency. To interrogate the implications of revenge in the context of the novels. The significance is in two parts. First is the theory and practice. In theory, it deepens our understanding of the feminist and trauma theory. In practice, it helps us to understand the implications of the female revenge. Now, revenge is an innate desire for retribution and justice. This study adopts two theoretical frameworks: the feminist theory, which draws from the practical strand, and the trauma theory. Now, several works were reviewed, and the study identified the research gap, which is that while other scholars have looked at various ways of oppression of women, they have not given attention to it in terms of revenge, which is an emerging area of scholarship in feminist discourse, and that is where this study contributes to scholarship, as it looks at the attempt by women to confront this subjugation as an act of revenge, which manifests in different forms. The research design used in this study is quantitative research design, or a context-specific. Now, the data analysis involves two theoretical frameworks. One is feminist and two is trauma theory. The method employed for the analysis is textual or descriptive. The analysis is divided into four specific aspects on the objectives of the study. One, African female subalternity and cultural voicelessness as a rationale for abuse and denial of agency. Women are represented as being underlings, as beings with Muslim cultures. Women are treated as labor beings who do not have a voice. Now, it is these conditions women have been placed in that become rationales for abuse and cultural voicelessness. Marriage is supposed to be a weapon of some sort. But when you look at Angela McLeod's Black People Society, you see Talila is in a living hell of a marriage because of the subaltern level of the society has been to. You see, the women are taken for granted in this novel. Same goes for Adichie's Couple My Discourse. Beatrice is a wife in an affluent Nigerian home, but cannot exercise any power since herself and her children are all under the rule of her authoritarian husband, the king. She does not have a voice. Even the menu of food, the meal she prepares, is planned by her husband. In Beyond the Horizon, Mara is given to marriage to Apple, a man she knows nothing about, and her father, who should protect her, cares nothing about her feelings. So far as her daughter gives him financial input, here the woman is viewed as a property to satisfy the man's needs and purposes. In Yesterday Pilato's Chasing Butterflies, she's a man who even though she's in diaspora, with her husband, he still trusts the cultural expectations of her upbringing and powers before her husband Sunday in fear and cannot defend herself without being beaten. So she prefers to keep quiet to escape the beatings. Number two, abuse and trauma as catalysts for revenge. Now, abuse and trauma, but because women are not seen as partners, but as supporters, as property to the own, abuse becomes inevitable. And every abuse, this is psychological abuse, this is emotional abuse, verbal abuse, all come with this from as seen in the novel. Remember that trauma is a deep-seated wound which has passed the body and now is in the soul of your breast. Beatrice, in Purple Hibiscus, experienced physical abuse, always being beaten to the extent she suffered miscarriage. In God eyes by now, we see Sevilla and all the women under oppression in the patriarchal society being treated as objects for the pleasure of the men. In chasing butterfly, we see children suffering a lot of abuse and economic exploitation in the hands of our husband family. In beyond the horizon, man is abused and taken as if she is not a human being in the village, but as a protection factor for money and pleasure. At the long run, all these abuses produce traumas in these women, and they needed to break free. Revenge becomes a symbolic act for freedom. He used us to the trauma, which is revenge, as a signature of the sisters and shaping of traditional gender dynamics. Because of all the abuse, all the voicelessness, trauma women have been put through, the only way they gain back their identity and
you have 2 minutes left.
Leave analysis and go over. We should go to the next one.
I go to the chapter 5. But before I do chapter 5, please let me take the implications of revenge. These things, all these things I've mentioned, they have implications, both positive and negative. By killing the men, they have committed crime of murder, which is found out. And as a researcher, I do not advocate for murder when there are other ways of revenge, which do not have to entail bloodshed, but this is an end result of freedom and revelation of evidence, as seen in Pilate's justice of life and Daniel's women with horizon. To conclude, the story has shown that this teacher can actually represent societal reality through indirection. So if an adventure woman finds herself in an abusive relationship, she can find regret in the face of God, as there are other means of arbitration. Now, when we think of contribution to knowledge, before now, once you hear revenge, you think of the negative aspects, but now we know better that there are other ways of getting revenge, that it does not always have to be through killing. There are different alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. You can see that you are in charge of your work.
All right, I believe you have the second link, right? All of you have the second link.
Yes, sir.
All right. I will end this section because it will end by the next 7 minutes. I want to end it myself. Get yourself set so that when we resume, you will start taking the questions and the observations. Thank you.
This one, excuse me, I do not have another login link.
But Oye has shared it with you. Oye sent it to you. Check on your phone.
Email.
Okay.
Check now and let us know.
Check before I end this, please. You have it right?
It hasn't come to my email.
Check your WhatsApp. Check your WhatsApp. Oye sent it to you.
Okay, check your WhatsApp.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You've seen it.
Have you seen it?
All right.
Have you seen
I've seen
it?
it, sir.
Okay.
Alright.
All right.
What's that?
We'll wait for her to come.
Let me.
She has to log in again. Oh my God. Let's not continue with that. She's the second level.
It's still online.
I don't know. It's still be online. That would be the worst.
All right, welcome back. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now it's time for you to take the questions and the explanation.
Chairman is ready.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
colleagues, topic. Let's look at our topic.
Revenge as a feminist tactic in selected African women's rights. But, Prof, revenge is not just a feminist thing.
Now, here is the feminist strategy. Now, use as a feminist strategy.
In the selected works.
Yeah, but this is not enough.
God is even a revengeful God.
Then topic appropriate.
So God is a feminist. So God is a feminist.
Yes, the seminar paper instead of a thesis.
The seminar.
Paper.
So the surname Umari.
Yes, that's why I wanted to point that out.
Then correct the
And then they remove the comma after Sharon. Marry, comma, Sharon, comma. So watch your slide. Remove the comma after Sharon.
Can you get us?
Did you get that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
The supervisor. Is that the spelling of my symbol? ZP, PKO.
Oh, get you.
Remove the 1 and 2 as well.
For supervisors, correct the spelling of Masuko and remove the 1 and 2 in parentheses. Did you get
Yes,
that?
sir.
All right.
Abstract.
Okay. After delete the year, which is the citation, delete the years. 2001, 2006, 2012, 2013, 2015.
In fact, this study addresses this can we begin it? We'll restructure it. The abstract and begin with this study addresses we'll restructure it.
Yes, sir.
This study
This work is
Is that as a rule?
No. So I have something there. That's the way it started. You have given us a hint of the background.
Yes, sir.
The hint of the background. Yeah. Which is right. Yeah. So no response.
the next door after the peace that this study examines the concept.
It's not a universal thing. It's not a universal thing. What the candidate has done is okay. It's a little background. But this study addresses this gap by examining this. It's not the gap you are identifying now. Take the topic as the aim of the work is. This work examines the feminist undertone in the representation of revenge.
Okay, so should remove that.
Yes. This study examines, it's already there, just examines feminist undertone.
Addresses, up to addresses and five. And then now change to examines. Examine change to examines.
But then, just tell her you are noted so that we move on.
Noted, sir.
Okay. Any other thing there?
No need for this.
Remove the objectives.
As list. Don't list objectives 1, 2, 3, and 4. Don't list.
Yes, sir.
Say it. Say what you want to say.
So, invariably, Okay, you work the abstract. You work the abstract, eh?
Yes, sir.
Taking note of what you have said now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Background to the study, remove introduction. Background to the study as the main heading.
Yes, sir.
Your motivation is not in your background. I can't see any. You have it in your main work.
Yes, sir.
Okay, put it back. Bring it back under the background to the study.
Okay, sir.
Statement of the problem. Centralize. Centralize that statement of the problem as the main heading.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Single line, not double line spacing. Work is becoming, because of the double line spacing, becoming a word point. Make it single line and be consistent with the lines. On your page 7, you have a single line. On page 6, you have a double line spacing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, statement of the
Yes,
problem.
sir.
Okay. By the last sentence under your statement of the problem, by addressing this gap, the study contributes to a deeper understanding of the complexity and significance of revenge. Is that a gap? Or is it a problem? By addressing this gap,
It's a gap.
is the gap, but then what are you going to do when you get to literature review?
I can take it out, sir.
Well, let's do you structure it. I'm not saying you should take it out.
Synonym, easily understand the name. Any other word that is a synonym of that. When they want to address a research issue, they will set that goes for us. You feed the gap. Yes. You think what's the that one? That will make it but that one is there.
So what are you
So the understanding is that the statement is the gap. The problem is the gap. As she is saying, after I finish this work, I must have filled that gap. They have to restructure to remove gap.
What about this? Talking about the problem.
Yeah,
Where is this problem?
critical gap. The lacuna.
It's a lacuna. And for us, it's
The
a
lacuna
gap.
is the gap, sir. And that is the statement. That is the
Yeah, but I want to avoid such usage of the word
Okay,
gap.
in another place.
Because they are going to identify the gap.
Okay, we are going to change the word.
Okay.
We'll change this, sir.
Aim and objective. Remember that all this aim and objective, you have to centralize it. Huh?
Yes, sir.
If you centralize it and you reduce your not reduction now, you put it in single line spacing. You see that all these ones you have 2 pages. It will just be 1 page.
Yes, sir.
Right, it will be one page. So that after that, now what you have on page 7 will go back to page 6.
Check our page margins because
Yes, sir.
the statement of problem starts. It's quite good. So let's have to check our page margins so that I have more space.
Thank you, ma'am.
The significance of the study, centralize.
Yes, sir.
Well, there's no bullet point there. Separate the theoretical from the practical. By a bullet point, no bullet point. Like a word.
Yes, sir.
Bullet point and space. between the two.
Yes, create a space between theoretical
Theory
and
and
practical.
practice.
Yes, sir.
Literature review. Now you have it in capital letter now. Why in capital letter? Others are having initial caps. Your literature review is now in capital letter. Consistency. So reduce
Noted,
it.
sir.
Yeah, push it up, then reduce, do it initial caps. Conceptual framework.
Only event is
Noted,
conceptualizing.
sir.
Okay.
Prof, only event is conceptualizing.
Yes. What other concepts are you looking? Apart from revenge.
Feminists, yeah, I watched it.
It's advanced in theory.
Feminists will come as a theory. Feminists will come in as theory.
Hello, Chair, did you get what I said?
Yes, sir.
Because feminism is advanced a concept and a theory. So since we are already using it as a theory, that's why we are
Okay, so no other concepts you are looking at, right?
except there's another one you want to tell us.
Any other concepts you look at?
Maybe one more.
Uh-huh.
It's okay.
Theoretical framework. Literature review continued. Page 10. Literature review continued. As a main
Yes, sir.
theoretical framework. How many theories? Two? Okay.
Who is that?
Okay. But again, reduce your we can break those things down into 2 or 3 bullet points of your page 11. So I don't look as if they are 1 point.
Yes, sir.
Even on page 10 and
Yes,
11,
sir.
break it down. It's looking to wording.
Yes, sir.
Empirical review. Summary of literature review. The next thing will be summary of literature reviews to gap identification. Page 16. Summary of literature review. So you have it down there now, it's there. But then put it as a bullet point. Break it down now. It's looking wordy. It's looking wordy. Break it down into bullet points.
Noted, sir.
Methodology. Anything for methodology, college? Methodology continue.
Yes, sir.
Anything on methodology? How many times have you been attending the seminar? Or have you attended seminar? Faculty seminar?
I'm so sorry to say that I've not been around, and I've never known that there is a date to join. Because today's thing that I joined as a so interesting, and I promise I'll be joining. Even after I'm done, I'll actually be joining. I learned a lot. But I never knew there was a date to join virtually. I'm so sorry about that. I promise to do better.
Okay, I've accepted. For your own benefit, now by the time you go to graduate
Yes,
school,
sir.
you also do it better.
Thank you, sir. I'll start the
So we go to the next one, results and discussion. Not in capital letter, you have to be consistent. You want to go in capital letter, go in capital letter. You want to go from the beginning. You want to go in initial caps.
Yes, sir.
Better. I would think going by initial caps is better. More organized than going in capital letter. Results and discussion.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
Results and discussion. Results and discussions continue. Results and discussion continue on all the pages.
Yes, sir.
Conclusion, summary, conclusion, and recommendation. Conclusion, not conclusions. I don't know whether that's right. I don't know whether there's anyone like that. And they have been very consistent with the graduates have been very consistent. They are not even seen as an error.
I think the S will be circled. So in the bracket. After conclusion, then the S will be put in the bracket.
And that will even imply that there is a conclusion.
Of course, you may reach more than one conclusion.
Is there any more than one conclusion?
I think so. After all, they use after you can have two bullets, right?
Are you hearing us?
Yes, she said.
Yes, I'm very
Okay. Okay, conclusion. Let's take it like that. Conclusion, right?
Yes, sir.
Again, no bullet points. Put your bullet points. Recommendations. You can't find your recommendation.
Did you recommend it?
No recommendation.
There are consistency on front sides.
Are you hearing us? No
Yes, I'm
recommendation.
very
No. So bring in your recommendation.
Front sides.
And your front side, be consistent with the front side. Somehow.
I know.
What?
I should say, sir.
Yes, go ahead.
It's summary conclusions and recommendations.
Yes. Summary, conclusion, and recommendations. That's the heading. You have it there already. Just remove the S under conclusion. On conclusion.
I'm not ready, sir.
Okay. But no recommendation. Where's your recommendation?
I'll fix it.
Fix it.
I'll make it more. I'll bring it out more, sir.
Okay.
What if she has office? If she has, she tell us because I'm interested in getting her recommendation. She recommended.
Do you have one recommendation to tell us? Just give us one. What are you recommending?
So I recommend that revenge does not always have to be bloody. Because there are several other forms of revenge to gaining agency and reclamation of your power and your agency. It doesn't always have to be bloody. We see it in Beyond the Horizon, where Mother regained her agency. She didn't kill the man, but she sought legal means to separate from him and do her thing for herself on her own. She wasn't working for anybody anymore. And then we see that happen in Yesterday Ilako's Chasing Butterflies, when Titi Lepen didn't have to kill her husband, Tommy Day, who had abused her so much that she sought redress in the court of law and she got divorced from him. So I think it's okay if you seek legal means. It doesn't have to be bloody to get revenge, because so far as you get your agency back and you claim your power and find yourself again, that's winning.
Seeking revenge. Sorry, seeking a divorce. Revenge. Maybe there are benign revenge.
The only one we miss
is very high. This is his wife's revenge.
revenge can be
Yes, it doesn't always have to be nothing. It doesn't always have to be mother. Because mother is frowned upon.
Yeah,
so how technician look at the situation where the person who was oppressing the woman then something from whatever action the woman did. So by getting a divorce, look, the man loses his wife.
everyone loses his wife. She has not gotten a revenge.
The revenge is that she's supposed to actualize herself through divorce. Because after divorcing the man, she betters herself. So the man was limiting the growth. So by getting a divorce, for example, the chasing butterfly, she was able to better her life and the life of her child. Yeah, so she gained a lot through the divorce. So constructive revenge is also an aspect of that. That's always violence. And also,
We are African.
Yes.
And in Africa, we Yeah, even one of the foremost female feminists in Ghana, Amber Mercy, said trade with caution. Even though she can be very fierce. We know that, but remember she's looking at the text. That's why I asked for a recommendation because beyond the text now, beyond the text, what's your recommendation? Because if the recommendation is that we all eye for eye, no, but that's the negative, that's the management.
Okay, no, let me point out on the question. It's okay, it's okay. Revenge. You have accepted the revenge. Okay, one more thing before you go, Umari. Yes, the PowerPoint is on its own. All your primary tests and maybe other ones that we ignore. If for nothing, there should be in the references of this PowerPoint. Even if gloss over some other ones. Take note of that, please.
Yeah, one more thing also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
First page is the it's a multiplication number there. Yeah, is it correct?
2020.
20.
Change what you're holding.
Yeah, 20, yes. No, actually,
Okay, so bring in your recommendations to your PowerPoint. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. No?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, can we go back to the YouTube while the next person takes the lead? Can the next person, can you share your screen?
You get your corrections, eh? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you get your corrections. Chat me on WhatsApp, I will send your corrections to you.
Background noise, please.
Hello?
Your background noise.
I will tell.
Okay.
All right, you can go ahead. 10 minutes. Share your screen, please, if you can.
Last but not the least.
Share your screen and continue, please. If you can.
Yeah, I'm trying to do that now. It's not going, it's not working.
Can I guide you?
No problem.
Can you see the screen?
Yes.
All right. When can you see where my hand, where my cursor is? From this,
Yes.
click on it. Have you clicked on it? Have you clicked?
Yes. Yes.
All right. When you click on it, have you seen entire screen up there? Top right.
Yes, entire screen. Yeah, sure.
Click on it. Hold on. Have you clicked on it? Click on
Yes.
it. Click on the screen in it. Click on second screen. Is it the screen you have? Click on
Second
it.
screen. With that one screen I have.
Or you click on that screen.
Okay, I've done that.
You will now see share highlighted.
Okay.
Have you seen the share highlighted?
Yes.
Click on share. Then search for your work. And thank you. Now, still on that, okay? Good.
Yeah.
Check on slideshow. Can you see your slideshow somewhere?
Yes, I've seen it.
Click from beginning.
From beginning. Okay.
That's good. You are there. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edward Chichi, and the topic is hegemonic masculinity in selected African fictions. Do you know has been, gender is a set of roles and attributes that are ascribed to male and female in a given society. Despite their biological differences, the society dictates what it means to be a man and what it means to be a woman. Because of the physical attributes, men are ascribed roles that men are assigned roles that are similar to their body characteristics, while the females are viewed as loving and emotional and nurturing.
Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Use your arrow key to be changing the slide. Thank you. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Go to the back and continue. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so existing scholarship has yet to explore the evolution and implication of hegemonic masculinity across generational African sects, or to juxtapose its representation within the diverse and historical context. So this study fills in this gap by embarking on a comparative analysis of texts spanning different generations from the colonial to the modern and the contemporary generations from Sudan, Nigeria, and Zimbabwe. This study investigates the implications, the representation and implications of hegemonic masculinity in Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart, Tayib Salih's Season of Migration to the North, Chimamanda Adichie's Purple Hibiscus, Chris Abani's Graceland, Sisi Danarimba's Nervous Condition, one is I do not come to you by chance. And this study adopts the hegemonic concept as theorized by Robert Cornell. Hegemonic masculinity refers to the dominant form of masculinity that exists within a specific cultural or social context, which legitimizes men's dominant position in the society and justifies the subordination of women and other forms of masculinity. Now, Cornell defines hegemonic masculinity as a configuration of gender practices which embodies currently accepted answers to the legitimacy of patriarchy, which guarantees the dominant position of men and the subordination of women. Hegemonic masculinity is not a fixed set of traits, but a culturally ideal version that varies across different societies and historical contexts. It exists in relation to other forms of masculinity and femininity. It establishes dominance by subordinating other forms of masculinity and femininity. Now, few men may fully embody it, but it serves as an aspirational model that influences the behaviors and attitudes. It legitimizes patriarchal authority and reinforces unequal power relations between gender while sustaining the systemic privileges for men. There are other forms of masculinity, and since hegemonic masculinity cannot exist on its own, there are other forms of masculinity. Where there is hegemony, there are other forms of masculinity. One of the forms of masculinity is the complicit masculinity. The complicit masculinity are men that do not necessarily ascribe to the idealized version of masculinity, which is the hegemonic version, but they are mute about it. They enjoy the dividends of it. So Cornell calls such men complicit. Then there are other forms of masculinity which are the subordinated masculinity. Subordinated masculinity are men who exhibit feminine behaviors, effeminate men, gay men. And then lastly, the last form of masculinity identified by Cornell are the marginalized masculinity, which is a form of masculinity that is unable to confer or derive benefit from the idealized version of masculinity, which is the hegemony. Now, these characters are either the disabled men or men that are non-white. Then, this study is significant in theory and practice. In theory, the research can advance existing scholarship on masculinity and studies in literature. And in practice, the study will shed light on the cultural and social norms. Elvis in Christian and his Graceland, and his father as well. Then the other thing was the implication of hegemony on the female characters. Hegemonic masculinity imposes psychological and social constraints on women, often leading to mental breakdowns, suicide, murder, and the continuous struggle for women's autonomy. Then the third one is the intersection of different masculinities. In the text, I highlighted the various forms of masculinities and how these alternative forms of masculinities and the traditional forms of masculinity always lead to some sort of tension between them. It also highlights the diversity of masculinity in cultural context. Then the fourth one is the cultural and historical context and how they play a role in the text. Most of the forms of masculinity across all texts were constructed either by the cultural context happening or the historical context. In Nevo's condition, it was a post-colonial Zimbabwe. The same in Things Fall Apart, it was the post-colonial and colonial context as well. And then the fifth one was the deconstruction, the critique and deconstruction of hegemonic masculinity by the selected authors. Things Fall Apart and Purple Hibiscus critique the rigid masculine ideals, while Never's Commission, Graceland, and Season of Migration to the North emphasize the psychological cost of hegemonic masculinity and the need for alternative masculinities. Then the last book, which is I did not come to you by chance, critiqued both the traditional and the contemporary form of masculinity, advocating for a more ethical approach to male identity. Overall, hegemonic masculinity is a pervasive force. Its impact varies across cultural and historical contexts, and its deconstruction is essential to both liberation and social progress. Thank you.
Last but not the least, for those topic. Let's look at our topic and see whether it's okay. It's okay.
Go back to the slideshow, click on from beginning.
Okay.
Good. From beginning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Topic appropriate. 20 degrees.
What's the difference with this they do? They say select African fictions or selected African fiction. What's the difference?
Select could be special.
Okay.
And selected is
Selected because I'm studying some works we have selected.
To your degrees, PGD, MA. So remove that they call
PGD, MA before that. Just don't need to have the first COOU you have. Are you there?
Okay.
BA,
yes.
BIU, PGD, MA, COOU. Once. COOU should appear once. And then one more thing there. Are you G219 or G2020?
2019.
Okay, and then your math number G219/PhD, no EST. Are you sure you are correct? Apart from correcting the PhD to read capital P, capital P, lower H, and capital D. Please include, write your number correct as you should write for further education correction.
Then the PhD there, please.
Yes, the PhD. The PhD should be capital P, lowercase h, and capital T. Thank you.
It is submitted.
This is a seminar now. So that seminar paper I was saying.
Noted.
Idea.
Yes, noted, sir. Yes.
Abstract.
Click on next to read your abstract. Thank you.
Okay, abstract. Idea.
Yes.
Abstract puts the full text, Chinua and delete the citation, delete the year. Don't go with the year, don't go with the 1958, 1969, 1988, 2003, 2004. But Chinua Achebe, the full name of Sali, Sisi, Motangareba, all of them, put the full names, but don't put the citation.
Same thing with Cornell. Check Cornell, yeah. Cornell 2005. Have you seen it? Cornell 2005, page 95 or so.
Check again for the spelling of Dangaremba. This Dangaremba. At least to try to pronounce what you have there. Check again for the spelling.
Yes. Yes.
Is it BGA or GBA?
That's, yes. It's GBA, sir.
GBA, check again.
It's BGA. BGA, sir. I have
BGA is correct.
It's BGA, sir.
Okay, all right.
Another thing there.
Yes, I was talking about Cornell's 2005. It's quoting in the abstract. That's what it means.
Where? On the abstract.
Line 6.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Don't make citation. Don't put any year in the abstract, yes.
Background to the study. Background to the study.
It's missing. Background to study. What I'm saying is
okay.
Page 3.
Yes.
Then bullet points. Bullet.
Okay, sir.
Your first bullet point. Relate is there. That's an adjective or a noun.
No.
See that you say, relation is an adjective. So you have relative grades, you have relation, which is a noun. So it's either you're saying gender is relative of the roles, attributes, like that, or you say gender is a correlation of.
Okay.
Not a correlative.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Please. I noted that the authors and the book should be reading. Let's bring them up to the background. It was there. She didn't mention them at the back in the background.
The background has no citation. You don't read anybody to write their background.
Yes, please bring in the citation. The background, is it from your head?
Talking about
the books might not come there. The books can come in. But at least you can have this full one page that will be more than 3 or 4 pages in the main work and nobody cited. You can talk about that. The primary test, what you can leave that for that number waiting for that. You get that. Yeah, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, your background might be there in the main work, but in the PowerPoint, I'm sure you read somebody or cited somebody, 1 or 2, please.
Yeah.
It's not as a rule.
Don't do this.
In PhD, research
PowerPoints like this.
research based.
You write the background and you're not giving us any source.
You should not have done PhD.
It's
like
a rule.
that ahead as a genius.
It's a rule.
Okay.
Statement of the problem.
actually the main problem here. Can you tell us the main problem here from the statement of problem?
Okay.
Can you please highlight the major problems you identified from what you have written? Because some of them appears to be statement of intent, like what you want to do.
You don't get that first.
Did you get that?
No, I didn't get it.
Okay.
You said?
Which is your statement of problem among what you have written on this page right now? Because
The first, okay.
the
The implications,
speak.
the implications of hegemonic masculinity across African texts, generational African texts.
That's exactly the one. That's the first one. Yeah, so that means that number two, the two and the three are not supposed to be even there. They are supposed to go to, they are statements of intent, like objectives, what you want to do. Look at it very well. See if you can respond to it. Police can look at it.
You are right.
Okay.
Okay? Noted?
Noted.
Aim and objective. After that, the objectives of this study. Remove that. So the objectives are, so you already have this study investigates. You cannot go back and say the objective of this study. The objectives are to any other thing there would be initial, not small letters, identify.
Okay, sir.
Contextualize, investigate. Small letters,
Okay, sir.
Bullet points.
And bullet points, not structure you are giving.
Not star points.
And you are not consistent with your front size. Your front size should be consistent. Look at your 6 and 7. They are different. Conclusion, what is your conclusion? Okay, you put them together. So separate them.
Yes. Okay, sir.
Then after that, recommendations. Well, just
Okay.
One recommendation you have.
No.
You have.
Just put one here.
No, you have done your main work.
Yes.
So bring them in. Bring them in.
Okay, sir.
Then contributions to knowledge. Let's look at that contribution. That's another.
The second bullet, why did you like
Okay, I think that's enough. Any other thing?
Yes, references.
References.
yes, very loud, very distant. It's not okay. Even for this PowerPoint, even for the PowerPoint, it's not okay.
Is it selected or?
This is just an 8 of it.
Is it selected or what?
Selected.
Let me watch it.
Selected. The ones in the PowerPoint should be kept.
These are more of the names of the groups. Or that's primary sources.
In her own case, that she put only primary.
Only primary sources.
Bring in other references. Apart from the primary source.
In the main work,
All the works is cited in the PowerPoint.
PowerPoint should be
Try and put them.
Okay.
Go back.
Okay.
Sir?
in the main there are over 210 references.
Good, yes.
But we have more than 20 that are not reflecting in the work in the
From interest to reference.
Yes, and then the work that there are some in the reference that
I'm not even bothered of the work. So that is criminal action in academic work.
Have you heard that?
Yeah.
I've heard that, and I'm surprised.
Yes, I've heard that.
I've heard that.
Please include your references, the one you have in the main work, the index reference into the references at the back of your work. Include them.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. You'll get your corrections just like the others, eh? By Monday, you get your corrections.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Colleagues.
They are already out.
Chairman, I saw you counting money. I don't think.